What's up, guys? All right, so crypto corrected a little bit. Bitcoin back down to 49.1. Ethereum back to 3.9K. We've got XRP at 89 cents. We've got Chainlink. Most crypto's down, though. Almost all crypto's down. So we got a few things gapping up. It's not really a super exciting morning. We got like BVXV gapping up a little bit. We've got SPRB, and then we've got MBOT from yesterday that we're watching. That's basically it. Like, that's what we're watching right now. I don't see much else really showing up this morning, and we'll see what we get. All right, what else we got? We've got there we go. All right. Let me know what your favorite stock is right now. I mean, we're watching like AMC, we're watching a few other things, but it's a slow day right now. I see MBOT. There we go. But yeah, MBOT is up from yesterday after they announced a strategic collaboration with Stryker Corporation to develop the Libre robotic system for neurovascular applications. That's MBOT. You can see it's this bottom chart here. We got BVXV that is up. I'll have to look up what the catalyst actually is there to see what the reasoning is for MBOT being up. But we're watching that. Is PBTS big today? Let me see. Yeah, so PBTS is gapping up some as well. PBTS is up. I don't see any catalyst here. I don't see any catalyst for this one. Float is 50 million. If we're looking at BVXV here, which is one of the biggest gap ups this morning, it is up after the company announced yesterday the former GSK vaccine CFO joined the BioNTech board of directors. Is the catalyst there for BVXV, and you can see it's gapping up some. SPRB is up to 490s as well. So we're looking at all that stuff. Yep. Yeah, the Saints suck. Yeah. We have no quarterback, so I mean, what's his name? Threw a pick on the first play, or on the first drive. It's been a tough year, you know. Yeah, yeah, we're gonna have to do the mustard stream. Crypto down pretty heavily, you know. Looked really good yesterday. It was back up to 51K. We're back down. Let me do a poll right now. Rosie's crying. Yeah, I gotta keep her in her crate right now. The reason I gotta keep her in her crate is because she is basically fully potty trained. Like, she didn't pee inside at all yesterday. And so she's doing really good with pee, but with poop, she's pooping on the carpet. And so the only way to counter that is to keep her in the crate a little bit longer until she absolutely has to go poop, and then let her out, and then have her poop outside where she's supposed to. What's up, Smoke? Yeah, I actually ended green yesterday, guys. If you saw my stats, I posted it to our Discord, but I did end green yesterday. Pretty excited about that. I mean, you know, we fought our way back and ended green yesterday. That's what we wanted. You know, and so I'm pretty happy with that. Back and ended green yesterday. That's what we were able to end green when we wanted to. Y'all, do me a favor, hit the like button. Yeah, I definitely will. I always reward her after the poop. I give her her favorite. We have these treats around here. I don't remember what they are. They're some type of weird treat, but we call them over here booty bones because they smell like booty. You know, that's the best way to describe them. Like, they smell like booty. And so we call them booty bones. Anytime she poops outside, I give her one of them. And she loves those things, man. She freaks out over them. They're like, you know, yeah, they're like doggy cake, you know? And so we reward her, and she's doing great. She's super smart, but this is just something we got to do. Like, we got to just limit it and make sure she goes outside, because she's doing great. I'm proud of her. She's already potty trained basically for pee. Like, she never pees inside anymore. She always holds it. She always goes outside, and she's doing great. But for number 2, we just got to work with her a little bit. What's up, Trader Chat? Good time to scoop up some crypto. Yeah, for sure. Definitely could be. Baltmatic, Mana, Crow, and Gala. Y'all give me some recommendations for VR games. I'm trying to find some VR games I can play with my kids, like specifically multiplayer games that my kids can play with me. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's just a weird market. Not a lot of stuff is going on. SPY breaking highs, you know, and so that's good. All right, we got an MBOT here. I'm just waiting for something to trade. Y'all see anything to trade? I'll buy some stuff. I mean, you guys know me. I've been trading pretty actively in pre-market. We were able to end green yesterday. If you didn't see, I see everybody trolling me about the Saints losing. Hey, I'll live and die by my sword here. We'll eat some mustard today. It's all good. But no, if you didn't see me, I started to make the comeback yesterday, and this was, you can see my P&L here. We got it to where we were down 7, and then I took another swing. I mostly made most of my money on AMD yesterday. Finally ended green with a really nice trade on AMD where I made about 50 bucks attacking that trend, and I was able to end green about $9 yesterday, $9.23. And so I was able to fight back and end green yesterday. Closed it down a little bit early, and now we're back, but hey. Yeah, what's up, baller? Yes, sir. We just don't have much to watch, man. I'm trying to find something, but I mean, I might buy like some type of large chip company. All right, so let me know if you guys see anything else. I don't really see much. SPY breaking highs, which is great, of course. Yeah, he did. He's a rookie, though. I mean, honestly, maybe we'll get a good pick this year. I know we're not the worst team in the game. I think Detroit has got that in the bag, right? That's what the Lions' record is this year. Yeah, they're a .16 win percentage. Is there any team? Oh, the Jets are worse. I've been following super closely this year. Jaguars are 2-9. Jets are 3-8. Houston. Okay, no, I'm right. The Lions are still the worst team. Okay, good. I was right. I thought it was the Lions. Nah, Drew never came back. He should have. All right, so SPOT popped back over 490 here. We pull back. We'll buy this. Yeah, we pop back up here. We'll buy this small shares. Hey, somebody help me out here. What is EXTO? What does that mean? Market breaking highs. I'm usually buying some type of dip buy, but I don't know if we're going to get anything right now. Yeah, we got the Astros, but the Astros freaking choke every time they get to the World Series, man. The Astros choke every time they get to the World Series. I'm still grieving over the Astros losing. I desperately wanted the Astros to win this year, so they would prove the haters wrong, and now it just made it worse. We went to the freaking World Series and lost. All right, so we might buy this pullback here. Oh, I can't buy this yet. I need to wait 5 minutes, 6 minutes until I can start trading. SPY pulling back some. If you got anything dipping, let me know. Like, I usually look at like Hood for a dip because Hood hasn't really done much. Here's the problem. This is like, I have had so many ridiculously, obviously young and like emotional traders comment mad saying that I support payment for order flow. But it's just kind of like, okay, well, what is a better option then? Are you really telling people that they should pay commissions for all of their trading? You know what I mean? Like, it's such an immature thing for people to say, hey, this is how I trade. And like, you have to bend to what would suit me the best, what would benefit me the best. It's just kind of like, come on, guys. Like, we got a bunch of young kids, that are just regurgitating things that they've heard elsewhere. You know what I mean? Thinking they know what they're talking about. Like, I've been around before payment for order flow. I've been around before free zero commission platforms. I've been around before all of that. I've seen both. I'm really mad I wasn't able to buy SPRB on the dip to $5. I would have made 35 cents a share because TOS doesn't let me trade before 7. Shame on you. I could have bought this. Damn. Great. But it's just kind of like, guys, like, I've been around before zero commissions, and commissions add up, man. Like, it's not easy to day trade and to trade in general with commissions. It's just not. I've had a lot of people that wanted to bring me towards Cobra and cry. You know what I mean? And the reality of it is, I just can't bring myself to pay commissions. The fills I get are good. I'm consistently profitable here, and I would rather have zero commissions than anything else. And listen, if you disagree with that, it's all good. You don't have to spew anger or nonsense at me just because you disagree. We can have a real talk about it, and that's fine. Hey, what's up, Rebecca? You as well. Yeah, it depends, Jason. I think there's a huge edge to not paying commissions. But again, I don't think I think traders are just like, okay, I think, to be honest, I think that traders are just going around looking for something to blame on AMC and a few other stocks that they are bag holding, not doing what they said they would do. You know what I mean? I think they follow these people that have an innate interest in pumping up AMC to gain a following. And I think that the problem is that when it doesn't do what they say it was going to do, what they said it was going to do, when AMC doesn't go where they said it would go in the time frame they said it would do it, they then have to start looking for these scapegoats, is really what it is. It's just scapegoats. It's like, okay, well, we were wrong, but what can we blame it on to justify being wrong? It's these shadowy figures that are profiting all this money from PFOF, from payment for order flow. it's their fault. AMC, it's like it's nobody's fault. AMC is, to be honest, a struggling company that is in the middle of the state of the economy that we're in, that is probably about a $25 stock. That's probably realistically what it's about. And then they usually say, hey, well, what about all the short float squeeze data and all the hedge funds? It's just like, well, AMC's got a 550 million float, about a 16% short float, not super indicative of some crazy big squeeze like we saw with GameStop. It's just not the same thing, and it's not payment for order flow's fault. It's just how it is. It's just the market it is. Anybody that told you it was going to hit $1,000 or whatever the crazy number was probably simply doing so just to gain the ape community's trust and gain that following so they could make money as a business. You know what I mean? That's all they were doing. And you gotta, if you look at that without being emotional, you'll see that for what it is. But nobody does. Everybody gets mad at randoms because we trade on platforms that do whatever. That's so ridiculous. Such a silly thing. But you got a bunch of young kids in the stock market now. And it's ridiculous. Like, listen, like, I'm for AMC. I want to see AMC do well. Like, I'm not against AMC, but I also don't think it's healthy to go around just crying about payment for order flow and anybody that uses TOS or E-Trade or Webull. It's ridiculous. Doesn't make any, it's nonsensical. It's really what it is. And again, I've been around a lot longer than most of these traders, and so they don't really understand what they're pushing. They don't really understand. It's just, like I said, it's people that are bag holding positions that are mad that they're stuck in positions, and they're just looking for a scapegoat for that. And sometimes that slaps me in the face, but it's all good. TOS, Webull, E-Trade, Schwab, Stacy. Yeah, I mean, I use TD Ameritrade. All right, here's my entry opportunity here. There we go. All right, we just jumped in with 25 shares of SPRB. All right, we're in with 50 shares now. Seeing if we're gonna get a pop at 5. We got to be ready to exit though, because under 95, we're gonna just jump out. Hey, y'all do me a favor, hit that like button, guys. All right, what's up, guys? Good morning. Vote on the poll right now, guys. Will the stock market break highs again today? Let us know what you think. Hey, what's up, Sam? We're going to try to do some futures trading today as well. Hey, you as well, Joseph. Thank you, brother. I just think the overarching point I'm trying to make here is that traders don't have to trade the same. Like, I've run into so many people that are so rigid in what they believe that they just get mad at anybody that goes a different route or that trades a different way or uses a different platform. Like, so many people are so rigid where it's like if they trade stocks, they hate crypto, and if they trade on direct access. They hate all the other brokers. Like, who cares what anybody else is using, man? You know what I mean? And to be honest, if you're really profitable, you shouldn't care. You know what I mean? If you're really profitable, who cares what somebody else is doing? You know, shouldn't matter. You know. All right, so yeah, we got out of SPRB. Big drop. Somebody just sold some big size, but you know, we'll see what happens. Small. It was the only one that really looked good, so I might have been forcing it a little bit, but I'm still looking for some overextended dip buys. When is Webull going to come out with a stock? You know, I see AHPI here. We'll see if we can reclaim VWAT. MBOT is another one we're watching, even though it's down in pre-market. We're still looking at this one. We got XELB that's trying to. IINN. Here's Lucid. Right, exactly, son. Right, you can hate crypto. I mean, that's fine. You just can't get mad at somebody else for liking it. You know what I mean? Like, that's the thing that we run into. It's like the Bloods and Crips over here. You know, if you like stocks, you can't like crypto, and if you like crypto, you can't like stocks. And if you like using TOS and Webull, you're anti. You know, whatever. It's just silly. Like, it's not that serious. You know. I'm using TD Ameritrade because there's no commissions and I can trade as much as I want without paying a fee, and I can trade small, which is a huge proponent of profitable trading for most people, you know. Y'all do me a favor, hit the like button. Let's run these numbers up. All right, so I was gonna say maybe SPRB setting up. Here's the SPY itself. I'm a little bit tempted to buy this dip in the SPY. Look, we're gonna buy 10 shares of the SPY right here. See if we can get a bounce. Yeah, I'm monetized already. Hey, thank you, Baller. I appreciate looking out, man. You can trade starting at 7 a.m. market time. So it just started for me 6 minutes ago. Like, it just opened it up for me 6 minutes ago. LVO. Yeah, wow, look at LVO, guys. LVO flying up here. All right, so we're in the SPY here. LVO ripped up and then pulled back some. I'm trying to look at the catalyst here for LVO to see what's going down with this. Big rejection though, right around the VWAP, so it couldn't really hold. They signed a binding letter of intent to acquire. They're buying. See, I've worked with this company before, bro. Like, I've worked with this company before, and all I'll say is that I don't trust it. I've worked with this company before, specifically Trader to Be, and I just don't trust it. You know, what you look for is organization and how they pay their affiliates, and they didn't pay them. You know, I'm not gonna go into detail about it just to keep it civil, but I don't really trust them. And so I don't think this is a good thing necessarily. I think I don't trust this at all. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, sorry guys, I looked at who they're acquiring, LVO specifically, and good business model. You know, funded account programs can be profitable. But I've worked with lots of funded account programs before. I really have. I've worked with TradeNet before, and TradeNet gets some hate, but like TradeNet pays people out when they make money on their platform. You know what I mean? They don't accept US users anymore. But I've worked with a lot of different ones. You know, we're working with Top Step funded account programs right now in the futures market. So we work with a lot of different ones, you know. The basic thing you want to understand is that you can use some of these stock funded account programs, and that's fine. But like, most of them do not allow you to trade penny stocks, right? And so you have to trade large cap stocks anyway. And so, in my humble opinion, if you're going to trade and if you're going to day trade large cap stocks, you might as well just trade futures, right? Futures, if you watch the SPY, you can day trade futures. You know, the futures has the E-mini and the micro E-mini, which basically are the S&P 500. And so instead of scalping large caps, you can just scalp the futures market, which is basically the SPY, the S&P 500. I don't even look at the E-mini chart. I just look at the SPY chart and react and buy the E-mini if I like it. But yeah, there's just going to be a lot more regulation in the futures market than there is in the stock market for that type of stuff. And over time, I've found out that it's the same thing virtually. I'm funding my own trading. Yeah, I feel you. All right, we're in the SPY with 10 shares. We're just seeing if we can pop up here. We got some interesting movement right now. Yeah, we got to take some mustard today. The Saints lost. You know. Vote on the poll, guys. Will the stock market break highs again today? Let us know. MBOT over VWAP here. Let's buy a little bit more of the SPY, actually. We're going to buy a little bit more since we're already green. We'll get 20 shares. We'll add another little 5, getting 25 here. We can just do this. Yeah, MBOT back over VWAP here. Mm. Sorry, guys. Oof. Got something in my eye. All right, so MBOT over the VWAP here. We'll buy a little bit of this. See if we can get continue here. Who knows if we will. All right, so we're in a SPY here. We're just gonna see if this rips. We're in MBOT as well. Like I said, I don't really like the LVO catalyst. I'm not gonna go into much detail about that. I just don't like it. Yeah. Yeah, if you lost over 1,000, are you in Canada? Because I'm trying to set up the TD Ameritrade and it takes me to TD Direct Investing. Is it the same? So if you're in Canada, it's different. So unfortunately, Stacy, if you're in Canada, the rules regarding PDT and commissions are just vastly different than here in the US. If you're in the US, you can use TD Ameritrade, E-Trade, Webull, Schwab, all zero commission, no commission platforms if you're trading major exchange listed stocks. But if you're overseas or if you're outside of the US, unfortunately, you're going to get charged commissions. Hey, what's up, Papa G? Good morning, bro. I don't like MBOT here. We're just going to get out and preserve risk. All right, so the SPY little dip buy we got into worked, it looked like. All maybe MBOT bounced a little bit. What do y'all think of LVO? Anything new that you see run up? Crypto market's a little crazy. Not crazy, just slow. LVO still trying though. I mean, it doesn't look that bad to be honest here. Hey, what's up, Jan? You find out what was going on with your PC yesterday? Nah, it was just my internet to be honest. Yeah, maybe we'll do honey mustard. It looks like I got faked out of MBOT. I'm still kind of thinking, I guess we'll try. Like, as much as I dislike LVO's catalyst here. We're going to buy a little bit of it. You know, we're just going to scalp this. We'll see what happens here. All right, so we're in the SPY here. Somebody just got a big order. Like I said, we get down here, we're going to cut this one too. Maybe being a little too aggressive this morning, huh? We got the SPY up there. That's my Russian accent, forgive me. You know, I watched Rounders a little bit too much, to be honest. We got LVO. Probably going to cut this one soon. Yeah, it's all good. We're just kind of poking around, to be honest here. I like MBOT. Yeah, we're going to get out of this. Not worth the risk, to be honest. We might buy MBOT again, though. I like this consolidation. So we'll buy that. Yeah, Teddy KGB. You know, happy for you. You know, bro. BBXV. Yeah, BBXV has got to get over the VWAP and actually hold. And MBOT back under 8, so it's just a dead slow market. I'm poking a little bit too hard, I think, this morning, but it's all good. You know, we're not super worried about it. We're down like $11 this morning, so Apple, AMD both popping up a little bit. YouTube is telling me that some of you have not subscribed to this YouTube channel. It hurts, guys. It hurts. How could you think of not subscribing and watching every day, but staying stingy and not hitting the subscribe button? How could you? It's a dagger through my heart. I have the voice of an angel. Subscribe to the channel, guys. Do what's right. You know you want to. Just try it one time, see how it feels. Just hit the subscribe button, guys. Alright, so the SPY is up, which is great. Are we about to break lifetime highs again? 478.69? Well, 470. Yeah, we're about to break lifetime highs again in the SPY. I don't know what I want to do with MBOT. If it drops any more, I'm cutting it. SPY's up to 420, everybody's favorite number. BBXV, we're still watching this to see what happens. It's just such a slow time right now, man. I think everybody's out for the holidays. Like, there's just not a lot going on. Hey, thank you, Bob. See, be like Bob. He's new here. He hit the like. Be like him, guys. Smash that like button. You know you want to. Just try it. See how it feels. You know, it might feel good. Try it one time. Do it now. All right, so hey, the SPY is up nicely. We're also up in MBOT, so you love to see it. Hey, you love to see it. Honestly, shout out to everybody that downloaded the Squeeze app. We got over 500 people downloaded this app. Let me know suggestions on how we can improve it. You know, let me know what you think we should do with this. We got LVOB or LVO starting to pop a little bit too. SPY up there. I cut a little bit off there. There we go. We got MBOT up. That's with the black. And if you want to download the Squeeze app, like I said, the Squeeze app gives you free short flow data and information. So we can look up all this stuff for free without even needing to do anything. You know, we can look up MBOT right now and see if it's a short squeeze play or if it's just running up on momentum. Short float's only 1% for MBOT. One buy rating, one sell rating, or one hold rating, 6.3 million float. So MBOT, small float stock. We could look at like LVO here and see what's going down with this one. It has to be small. You know, if they're a float of almost 60 million, so it's not super small float. 7% short float, about 38% institutionally owned. We can look at BVXV here. And see that the short float's 5%, 14 million float for BVXV. No buy or sell ratings, 25% short volume today, and about 2.12% institutionally owned, 2.13% institutional ownership here. And again, you can download the Squeeze app completely free. Doesn't cost anything. I know everybody's yelling at me to get an iOS version, and that's coming. Don't worry. No, I like the name Squeeze. I think the Squeeze name is a good name. Let me know what you guys think, though. It's been busy, guys. I apologize. It's just been hectic and busy, man. All right, so MBOT back up here. We're still watching BVXV. We'll see what happens. Here's the SPY itself. We're day trading the SPY. I know, Charlie. I know, bro. MBOT, a short squeeze play? Nah. No, not really. MBOT float. 1% short float. Not a short squeeze play at all. It's usually updated overnight, Tiny. What's the ideal float, short, etc. items to look at? So that's going to vary. It really, that's going to vary widely, to be honest. The reality of it is, it's going to fluctuate. You know, it really is going to fluctuate. And so, what is good for us might not be good for other traders. Like, ideally, if you're day trading, you want to see like, if you're day trading, you want to see like, if you're looking for a short squeeze, you want to see over 20% short float. You know what I mean? You want to see over 20% short float. You want to see a small float, high short float percentage. You know, so like GameStop, when it had its crazy short squeeze, it was about 50 million float, 120% short float. So crazy high numbers. Like in the market right now, we have stuff like BFRI. I think it was BFRI, which has just a ridiculous amount. This is one that could go crazy. You know, now it might not. I'm not saying it's going to go up, guys. I'm really not saying BFRI is going to go up. But this is one of those stocks that is just so highly shorted that it could squeeze up. I'm not saying it will, but it could, just because the short float is so large. But when you have something like I said, MBOT, it's not really a short squeeze candidate. The short float's not super high. You know. The pup is good. Hey, thank you, Bob. Puppy's not in here today. She's in her crate until one of my kids get up and can take her out. Slow day right now, though, guys. All right, AEY. I don't see much else, to be honest. I know we had Grab yesterday. What about Grab today, guys? Ooh, Grab is not looking that good. What about the other big one that everybody's talking about is ALLK. Still didn't bounce like everybody thought it might. Rough looking chart, to be honest, here for ALLK. We'll see what happens. Let me know if you think ALLK is going to bounce. You know? Hey, my man Spack. Thank you, brother. We got these coveted emojis. I need to cut out of some of this stuff. I think I got too many screens up here. Oh, wait. Oh, damn. All right, guys, so the SPY's looking good here. You know, here's MBOT. Getting a little bit of lag here. We're going to cut it a little bit there just to lock into something. ABCT, yeah, what do you guys think about ABCT here? Yeah, for sure, pawn. Yeah, here's ALLK. That's what we're watching here. Here's ABCT, another one that a lot of people are watching. Still in the SPY. Apple going for all-time highs today. Yeah, for sure. PTPI? We can check out PTPI here to see what's going down with it. It's a slow day though. I mean, PTPI's up some. We can watch it. MBOT pulling back, SPY pulling back. A lot of people watching BFRI too. What's your favorite stock today? Your favorite stock this morning and why, guys? Let us know. Vote on the poll right now too. We got 124 votes. Will the stock market break highs again today? 71% of you think yes. 29% of you think no. So let us know, guys. Vote. SPY just kind of consolidating around the lifetime high here. We're in small, but consolidating around all-time highs. So we'll see if it actually breaks that. All right, so we're back red again on MBOT, but we're still waiting here. BBIO. I've seen you mention that one a few times. BBIO is looking rough, man. We're still in the MBOT. BBIO is looking rough, man. I don't know what is the reason for this drop for BBIO. Let me check this out. BBIO is up. Their CM 12-month primary endpoints missed their expectations. So not good. Yeah, that thing missed expectations for a biotech stock, and that's usually not a good sign, you know. Up there to 478.50s here. We're still in MBOT. It's still trying. Yeah, Apple needs, yeah, and it could. Yeah, sell-off seems dramatic. I don't know, with these biotech companies, you know, these are usually big catalysts. I'm going to go ahead and read this, and this is from Benzinga is where the source is. I'm going to go ahead and quote this again from Benzinga. It says, NASDAQ-listed BridgeBio Pharma, and again, this is all quoting, BBIO has revealed month 12 top-line results from the phase 3 ATTR Tribute CM study. Following the results, shares of the biopharmaceutical company crashed 72% on Monday to close at 1138. It's a little bit above that now. The study, an ongoing phase 3 study evaluating acoramidis, an investigational orally administered small molecule designed to treat symptomatic TTR, which is amyloid cardiomyopathy, nailed it, did not meet its primary endpoints at month 12. So did meet its primary endpoints at month 12. ATTR is an underdiagnosed and life-threatening disease that can damage the heart and nervous system. With over 400,000 patients affected globally, treatment options are limited, and yeah, they missed expectations here in terms of their study and trial results. So we'll see what happens there. That's usually a pretty bad catalyst. Honestly, it's the same thing that happened with ALLK, if I remember correctly. No, so this is the same thing that happened with ALLK, which was just bad trial results, right? Yeah, it was just bad trial results. This is what happened with ALOK, right? It was just bad trial results, if I remember correctly. When did this drop happen for ALOK? It happened on the 22nd. Okay, so ALOK. Yeah, so this is the same thing. So bad study results for ALOK and then BBIO, and you can see how these look similar here. That's the risk, is that these don't have to bounce. That's one of the worst catalysts that you can have for these type of stocks. And so y'all just be careful with both of these, I think. You just got to be careful. Yeah, for sure. All right, so MBOT back up here. So we're not doing that bad in pre. We're green, or no, we're not green. We're red, but not by much. Mostly break even. Pre-market action currently. Hopefully the SPY will continue heading up. Apple popping up, AMD popping up. What is AMC doing today? AMC's at 2860s. All right, we'll see what happens with the MBOT. It's still trying. I see SPRB as well. All right, SPY still trying to pop back up here. It's still an MBOT, still in the SPY. Maybe you're going to add a little bit to the SPY. I don't know. I just think it's probably going to test these highs again. No? What do you guys think? What's up, Maria? SPRB doesn't look bad. I mean, it's just got to reclaim the VWAP here. We'll see if it does. But we're poking around a few things. I'm just watching. I mean, I'm not really watching. I mean, I'm watching BBIO, but I'm not trading it right now. I was just looking at it because somebody called it out a few times. The fact that the market has been up over 1,500 points in the last week and AMC has not moved at 28 says a lot. I don't think AMC really needs to move with the market. I don't think AMC is listed in the S&P, right? Y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think AMC is listed on the S&P 500. So I think what the market does isn't really super relevant. I think AMC is fine. I think it needs to hold over 25. Like I said, a lot of people thought I mistyped yesterday. I didn't. I think it has to hold over 25 is what I think. And who knows if it will, but that's what we're watching. And that's what I'm watching at least. All right, SPY at 478. We got MBOT here. It's listed on the Russell. Yeah, that's what I thought. Save a trader. That's right. Yeah, LBO's all right. I don't like the catalyst for LBO. Like I said, I have actually used Trader to be before, and yeah, I just don't. I don't like that catalyst. I'll say that. RE and SC. RELI ripping. Yeah, look at RELI, guys. You're right. So RELI flying up here. Let's look at the catalyst for this. It's up to 620s. Still pretty low volume, to be honest here, but it's still ripping up. So let's see why it's ripping up here. RELI. I don't see any catalyst for this one. Short squeeze candidate, maybe here. Let's see what the float is for using the squeeze app. Look at RELI rip here. Let's check out what the short float data is for this one. It is 2%, not super high. 4.15% institutional ownership. So this is not a short squeeze. The SPY is popping back up. MBI dropping back down some. But I don't see any catalyst here for RELI. If you know why this one's moving, let me know. It's got a float of about 10 million in the float. Now let's see if we can find something else here. No, I don't see any catalyst for RELI. Apple popping up to 180s though, and that's kind of helping. We might buy a little bit of this dip. Volume's a little light, so we're gonna get small. 25 shares here on the dip. See if we can ride this up. SPY's looking really great. Like I said, I really want to see if this can break highs here. Nice. We're going to take a little piece. Oh, we got a huge rip. You love to see it. Take a little bit more off there. Really quick, easy trade. Got to get out the rest there. All right, so that'll bring us to mostly break even right now, which is good. We'll buy this on a pullback if we get it set up. MBOT still trying here. I'm honestly multitasking right now. I'm actually playing a little bit of poker. You know, might as well when it's early and there's not much moving. Hey. I don't want to show everybody everything, but we're the big stack here. Man, maybe I should buy this dip too. What do you guys think for RELI? Huge rip. But yeah, we're the big stack right now. This is me. We'll see if we keep that up. I was thinking about buying this little pullback here too. What do you guys think? No? Yes? No? We're going to buy it. Small, 25 shares. Let's see if we pop real quick. If not, we'll get out. We built up a little bit of profit. We're just poking around in pre-market this morning. Maybe that was the wrong move, giving back all my profit. I don't know. It's all good either way. I mean, it's insignificant for the most part. Buy a little bit more here, get 50 in. See if we can roll this into something. Cut profits quick. Hey, nice Wall Streets. Congrats, brother. Oh, dude, I had my chance to take some profit here, guys. I really did. I had some nice shot to take some profit here on this. I went all the way up to 660s. Damn. Missed it. All right. I take a little bit off. Missed it. Close. I just don't want it to slam down, which it very easily could here. Like, I think that was my window to take profit. close. All right, there we go. Maybe it was the right move. All right, took a little bit off. What's up, SPAC? What's going on, brother? RELI was on Will Mead's list of most shorted stocks. He tweeted it last night. Might not be updated on others. Okay. Cut a little bit more off here. I just rivered a wheel straight. Whew, you love to see it. On this dip, we'll cut it. All right, not too shabby. Still in the SPY here. Hey, what's up, Healthy? Good morning, bro. Yeah, RELI. We're able to make some money on it. We're pretty close to break even, I think, now. Yeah, we're basically break even. I guess we could buy the VWAP pullback here. Still in the SPY, still in the MBOT, watching SPRB, watching RELI here. Let's see if we got some news that still dropped on RELI. If we get something that showed up. No catalyst I'm seeing from this one yet. RELI was original news from the 22nd. Okay. Hey, what's up, Rick? Yeah. Sorry, bro. I almost call you Rich, but what's up, Rick? Good to see you, bro. Dog's doing great, man. Hope you had a Merry Christmas, brother. Where do you download the Squeeze app? I don't have. It's not available for iPhone yet. It's only available for Android, unfortunately, bro. Sorry, man. It's coming out on iPhone pretty soon, but it's a Squeeze play. I don't see the short flow data for that, though. Yeah, I don't see the short flow data. When I look at the Squeeze app, I am seeing 2% short float. This is what I'm showing up here. 2% short float, 500,000 in the float. So I see a tiny float of 500K. Incredibly small float. So just a tiny float. And so that is probably influencing this thing some. We'll see, though. Can you use the Squeeze app on PC? No, but I'm thinking about adding it to my site. Hey, what's up, day trading early? What's up, bro? Man, the small stack just doubled up. I'm in these double up turbos, bro. I kill it in these, dude. I'm very profitable in these. Yeah, let me check other places here. Let me see what's up with this. We can check some other stuff. I think I still have Vortex. Maybe not, though. Let me see. Let me check. Okay, so I am showing. Oh, my data's flawed, so I don't know what the short float is. Let me check float checker. Reliance Global. Yeah, for most people, I'm showing the Wall Street Journal showing 15% short float, but that's the only thing I see right now. So most places are showing 2%, except for Wall Street Journal, which is showing 15%. MBOT, guys, I'm tired of waiting on this one. I'm gonna cut this break even. It's just taking too long, to be honest. SPY breaking highs though, which looks great. It's nice to see that we basically got ourselves break even after we lost a little bit earlier. Yeah, short flow data is difficult. Like even from a programming perspective, like short flow data is not super accurate anywhere. Like from Ortex, doesn't matter where you go, it's not super accurate. And so it's something that you got to understand. It's not going to be the most accurate information, to be honest here. It's just not. And so what you got to do is you got to just estimate it. Yeah, that's really the best thing you can do is just estimate it. We need a good rant this morning about something. Hey, give me something to rant about and I'll rant. You just got to give me something to rant about. Still watching SPRB here. We're going to watch RELI get back over this. Puppy check time. She's all right. We're going to have to let her out in a minute. My daughter and wife will be up soon. Hey, they loved it, Space. They've been on that thing nonstop. Mumble rap versus old school rap that has a purpose. See, I'm torn on this one, bro. As a rap nerd here, listen, I grew up, listening to the GOAT rappers. You know what I mean? But at the same time, some of the mumble rap is dope. Like Rich Homie Quan. I know it's a little old. Maybe the youngsters nowadays don't understand it. But I like some Future, Rich Homie Quan. Like some of the mumble rap is good. Like I like it. I'll listen to it. So I'm a little bit split on that one, bro. Yeah, Bone Thugs. I grew up listening to like Tupac, Bone Thugs. You know, I did listen to Bone Thugs, Tupac. A little bit of Biggie, but not really. You know, like I'm old. I can't tell if you're serious or not, Jarrett. I really can't tell. All right, it looks like me getting out of MBOT was the right move. Looks like getting out of MBOT was the right move there. Bro, I've been sitting on this stupid game, bro. I'm the chip leader still. I've been the chip leader for like, I don't know how long. We just need one more person to get eliminated here. And I'm still just kind of sitting here waiting here. This is me. The chip leader again. We just need one more person to get eliminated, and then we cash in that. But we gotta wait. Nah, that's before my time, Space. You know, to me that stuff's a little bit too corny. Just a little bit before my time, Space. Just a little bit before my time. Mumble rap is just, I don't know. All right, we're still watching the SPY here. '80s hairband music. I mean, I don't know, bro. I can get down with some of that, but like, I don't know, dude. I can get down with some of it, man. But I like some '80s music. You know what I mean? But a lot of it's terrible. You know, but some of it's good. I honestly really like '80s music. Some of my favorite music. Do you still scalp AMD? Yeah, I made most of my money yesterday scalping AMD, to be honest. Most of it, at least. Yeah, I like some 70s, 60s music. Leonard Skinner, you know, they're pretty good. I'll watch the documentary on them. I don't know. Good music. But, all right, we won. Finally, man. It took long enough. Thank you. Sheesh. Playing that same poker game for I don't know how long. SPY has looks like a glitch. '80s rap is too cheesy, you know. Shout out to the bot. Get banned, sir. Still in the SPY. Just kind of waiting for this to happen. All right, so let's see if RELI can make it back over the VWAP here. We'll see if it does. SPY is up there too. We're watching that. All right, there's the SPY. Let's see if we can break highs again. Let me know if you think the SPY is gonna break highs again today. It could. BVXV still trying. Here's SPRB. BVXV, if it gets over 350 and holds support there, maybe it's interesting. grew up with all of it, but don't care for country music. There's some country that's all right. It just depends. No, Manny. No, I do not, sir. That's too political either way. But like, no, I don't. I don't think he's gonna be in it. All right, we got MBOT bouncing at 780s here. We're still watching RELI to see if we can get back over 603 and actually hold support. All right, so the SPY is still edging closer to the lifetime highs here. We're basically break even in pre-market. We've traded a bunch. We are break even. So, not too bad. Still looking at BVXV to see if it can reclaim the view up and hold. There's RELI at 620s. We're watching that. Yeah. Politics never ends well. And again, like I'm honestly genuinely like split politically. So there's no reason to talk about it. It's just gonna bother half of the people and the other half of the people. Like regardless of which way I go. Like I'm very like financially conservative, but socially almost 100% left. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm pretty split. I don't think there's a reason to argue about it. You know, I just think most people, reasonable people, are going to be somewhere in the middle, to be honest, and less radical. And I think that arguing about it is just unnecessary. You know, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people are going to be selling. Yeah, debating politics is a lot like debating what the best color is, except everybody gets angry when they don't agree. Yeah, that's right. All right, well, thank you, Samuel. I appreciate you, bro. Yeah, I disagree with libertarians in a lot of ways too, to be honest. So it's like I don't know. Like I'm a capitalist, but like I think I'm socially like never mind. No, I haven't seen that doghouse. What do I think about Amazon? Amazon's all right. It's at 3,400 bucks. The question is, where's the ceiling for Amazon? You know what I mean? Like the reason Amazon hasn't gone crazy over the last year is because it's already so expensive. You know, if we look at the float size of Amazon, Amazon's definitely one of the largest companies in the world. Obviously, it's got a 507 million outstanding shares, and it's got $3,400 price. So just like I said, one of the largest companies in the world, obviously. But where's the ceiling? You know, how much higher can it get? It's already 3,400 bucks a share. So, and who's gonna buy it when it makes those higher prices? You know, I just want to make money too. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, GM, the rest of the world's political state is not the best either, bro. You know what I mean? Like, I know people from overseas like to point and, criticize America, but the reality of it is, most other places worldwide have a pretty rough state of politics right now as we speak anyway. So I mean, you know. All right. Anyways, we got the SPY up. We're still watching RELI. We're watching BVXV Mbot. I wonder how many shares Bezos has left. I feel like he's been selling for the last few years. Yeah, I mean, I believe that for sure. Yeah, TOS is easily my favorite platform. It's just what I've used since I started. So like I've just used TD Ameritrade since I started trading, and it's just what I'm comfortable with. It's what I understand. It's what I know how to use. It's what I'm the most efficient at using. Dogelon Mars has tanked in the last day, but over the last 7 days it's ripped. You know, it's up like 80% or something like that. Last month is about break even. Just too volatile for me right now. Maybe it goes up, but what's the purpose of this coin? I guess is the question. You know, I see you promoting it, but like, what's the purpose? What does this coin do? It's a meme coin. I see that. So the only the only thing I can read here, I'm looking at Coin Market Cap. All I can read here is that it plays on several popular themes in the meme coin space. Its name is a mixture of Dogecoin, Elon Musk. So we're bullish on Dogelon because of its name? Like, what does it do? What's its purpose? Dogelon Mars uses a humorous comic story of Dogelon, the dog giving the coin its name, as a background for its coin. So it's a comic coin. I guess, I mean, I'm okay with that, but... Still watching RELI to see if it pops back up. All right, so RELI trying to make a move back up. The SPY dipping down here. We'll see if the SPY can break highs again. Hey, well, good luck, Dave. I wish you the best, bro. Mbot's trying. MBOT down in 790s here. We got RELI at 620s too that we're watching. BVXV we're watching. The SPY dipping down a little bit. We're still green slightly on that one. Just kind of been poking around, and as always, we'll scale up after the opening bell and try to make some money. Our goal is always over $100 per day. We trade a $30,000 account. And we'll see what happens, guys. We're just kind of hanging out right now. MBOT, looks like my exit there was right. RELI, if we can get a move over VWAP and then a pullback to like 625, we might buy that. BBXV is at 330 right now. And so if we can get a move over the VWAP and a pullback to 350, maybe we'll buy that. AMC is currently sitting at 2860s right now, 2860s. Here's AMC. So a green day yesterday and then a pullback. We'll see if we can hold at 28.50 right there. I think that's a reasonable level to pay attention to. Still watching the SPY to see if it breaks lifetime highs today. I think that's important to watch. And so we'll see what happens there. And yeah, let me know what your plan is for today. Let me know what you're looking at doing today. Right now, we're going to look to do the same thing we've done the last few days, which is just attack the market, find some good trades, and yeah, keep a small risk. For someone who's lost more than they gained and typically works with an account of around $500 to $1,000, what is some advice? My advice to you, number one, I'm going to preface this with that this is not financial advice. I am not an investment professional, and I'm not liable if you lose money. Always make your own assessment. Always make your own assessment and trade responsibly. These are not stock picks or recommendations. I cannot guarantee you win money on anything I'm about to say, and if you lose money, I'm not liable. Just to preface everything with that, just to play it safe. But with all of that said, if you got a $1,000 to $2,000 account, you got a few options. All right, number one, understand when you got a small account, you're probably going to lose. Okay. That's just the reality of it. Now, a lot of traders are going to be better suited towards swing trading because you can play off of different correlating stories in the market. If the E3 video game conference is coming up, you can invest into gaming stocks and maybe get some bullish sentiment from those, press releases from some of those games and stuff like that. So there's different correlating stories in the market that you can capitalize and take advantage of by swing trading on them with less technical skill. You'll need less technical skill. And that's always a good option for traders that have a small account because day trading is incredibly difficult to do. For most people, it takes years to really do so effectively, and a large majority of people lose money at it. Now, if you want to day trade, you can day trade with what's called a cash account. And so you can trade half of your equity one day, half of your equity the next. And so if you've got $1,000 account, you can basically use $500 a day, and you're going to have to trade penny stocks because those are the cheapest that you can ultimately trade. Now, at the same time, though, understand you're probably going to lose money day trading. But the biggest thing you can do to help not do that is trade small. A lot of traders, they're brainwashed. They get involved with the market and they Google day trading and they get these gurus pumping stacks of cash and Lamborghinis and mansions. Most of the time they're renting the mansions, they're renting the Lamborghinis, and they're just filming videos as a business plug, basically, to try to look good so they can sell people shady courses. The reality of it is that's what happens with most traders. And then you're going to have a certain percentage of followers of those traders that just only say good things about them because they've spent so much money on these traders. Like if I spend $6,000 on some guru's course, you better believe I'm going to go around telling everybody, oh, this is the best course ever. It really isn't. I'm just trying to justify myself spending so much money with confirmation bias, but that's what happens. And so the reality of it is, don't waste your money on a course. There's plenty of free courses out there that you can learn. Everything that's available in those premium courses is out there for free. You can find all of that stuff for free on YouTube. You don't need to spend $1,000 on a course. You don't need to spend that money. Now, if you want to and you've got money like that, do whatever you want. Just understand the reason most traders lose is not because they didn't take a course. The reason most traders lose is because they haven't mastered their trading style. Like, you can copy somebody else's trading style and that's fine, but it's not going to be tailored towards your own personality, and that's a necessary thing in trading. And so you can buy a guru's course, but it's not going to be the right system for you a lot of the time because that is customized to how your personality is. And getting some regurgitated course that 1,000 other traders have seen is just not going to do anything for you. It's just marketing. They're going to flash big stacks of cash. Some of them are pumping up stocks, but that's a different story. But in the end, the best thing you can do in the beginning is just trade small. Trade small, buy 5 shares, 10 shares if you've got that much, and then just try to show consistent profit. And then if you do show consistent profit, maybe you can either grow your account or save up a little bit more and then take a little bit larger sizing, but you need to be starting very small, like 5 or 10 shares. That's what I would do if I had to start over. And yeah, good luck, brother. I wish you the best, man. Yeah, render is really dope. Well, yeah, I mean, you got to keep your wins and losses roughly the same. At least if you're trading, you got to keep your wins and losses roughly the same. So if you're winning way more than you're losing, then you're not cutting your losses fast enough. And so you want to keep it at a 1-to-1 ratio, or at least around that. Like that's the goal, at least. At least a 1-to-1 ratio. So if you're losing $5 on your losses, you need to try to make $5 on your wins. If you're making $20 on your wins, you don't want to lose more than $20 on your losses. That way you can base it purely off of accuracy, which I really think is the best move for new traders because it's the simplest, right? 1-to-1 ratio. You're going to have a lot of people that just want to sound good, that say, oh, you should shoot for a 2-to-1 or a 3-to-1 or a 4-to-1 reward to risk ratio. But I've said it before and I'll say it again. When that happens, you're going to have a direct correlation with your accuracy rate and your risk and reward. So if you try to get a really good risk reward target like 2-to-1 or 3-to-1, your accuracy rate will go down like 100%, like no question. And I know it sounds good to say, yeah, you should shoot for a 3-to-1 or 4-to-1, and that's fine if you want to. But again, if you do that, you should shoot for like a 55-60% accuracy rate, because that's really what is going to be, feasible. All right, we got RELI pushing up to 650s. But it's a very subjective thing, and regardless of what you believe in it, it's all good. Here is RELI, guys. So RELI all the way up to 650s here. So let's see if we get a pullback. Maybe we can buy into the pullback. Hey, thank you, SPAC. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah, Tiny's right, though. It's super difficult. Like, it's incredibly difficult to make money. And that's why I always tell people, like, swing trading is going to be a better move. I'm not talking about swing trading penny stocks, though. That's a sucker's game in a lot of ways, to be honest. I'm not saying you can't make money swing trading penny stocks, but what I will say is that a large majority of them fail. And if you buy them and hold them overnight, you are holding on bags of risk, huge amounts of risk, right? Like in the end, swing trading penny stocks is just not the right move most of the time. You could buy 5 shares of DraftKings or something like that and get better results. So yeah, just understand that too. Like day trading is incredibly difficult. It's why I say swing trading is going to be better suited for people with tiny accounts. Swing trading is going to be the right move most of the time. And then once they make enough money doing that and grow their account, then they can move on to day trading. Just day trading is very difficult. An infinitesimally small percentage of people actually make money at it. Right, so we're on 30 shares of RELI, 30 shares. Here's PTN. I'm going to cover a little bit into this. Even me with a $30,000 account, like you see what kind of share size I'm taking pre-market. Like I'm trading small. I scale up much bigger after the opening bell. Like after the open, you'll see me buy 50, 100, 200 shares of some large cap companies a lot of the time too. But in pre-market, I'm trading small. We're not trying to, go crazy. We're just trying to make money and move on, and then, rinse and repeat. Tempted to buy a little bit more here of RELI. What do you guys think? Problem is it could just slam down on us. Yeah, for sure, Roger. Yeah, MBOT, I'm done trading that one for now. Just no volume, unfortunately. Alright, so we just bought another 15 shares in with 30 now. Let's see if we get another pop over 650 for RELI. Got a U-shaped breakout pattern. It's one of my favorite patterns. Yeah, what's up, Michael? What's up, Kelly? Maybe heartless, it could. I don't know. PTN's too slow. No volume, unfortunately, here. So we get a little bounce here. Up to like 60 is what I ideally would like. MBOT is back over 807, so we'll see if we hold. I don't know what I want to do. I could buy some more. We'll buy one more here. Get in 50, and then we'll cut it if it starts to drop a little bit too much. I like the pattern. It's a U-shaped cup and handle breakout pattern, and so I like the pattern. We're break even now again. We'll take profit quick if it heads in our direction. But yeah, it also could tank fast too, so we'll see. Nice. We got the bounce. Cut a little bit off here just to lock in profit, and we'll hold 25 shares, see if we can get it to do what we want. Let the rest ride. Could add back here. Thinking about buying some more here. I don't know. What was the catalyst for RELI here? Did it not have a catalyst? Reliance Global. 10 million in the float, so a tiny float, so it could be manipulated too. All right, we're in with 50 shares again. We added the sizing back. So we're just gonna pop up to 660. We'll take some off. Cut it quick if we need to. AMC trying to break it in green. So AMC trying to break over that previous closing prices at 28.70s. Under 40, I'm just cutting it. Be slightly green trade even if I cut it at under 40. $650 might be a resistance level though for this one as well. I want to hold the SPY in case it rips. I want to see if it breaks pre-market high sometime. So the problem is it might reject at 650. So I'm watching the P&L, but that's the problem here. AMD popping up a little bit. Let's see if the SPY moves with it. Honestly, don't mind this entry here if like I was to enter this, but like I said, under 40, we got to cut it. Anything else? I see BXRX tanking here. FTK was another big move this morning too. But Flowtech, I didn't see much. TEDU is trying. AMC's trying to creep back over the previous close there. So we're watching that too. AMD popping up a little bit in pre. There we go. A little bit nice little pop here. Let's see if the spread will catch up. 650s. All right, we just took a little bit off there. Hey, thank you, Pawn. Appreciate it, brother. Thank you, man. Do you believe AMC could actually squeeze? It depends on what your definition of squeeze is. I think could, obviously. I think when you look at the short float relative to the float, it's not super indicative of some crazy big short squeeze like we got with GameStop. It's just not. Float is 500 million plus. I think it's more than that actually, and the short float's like 16%. It's just not super indicative of some crazy big short squeeze like GameStop. It's just not the same thing. And so I think if AMC goes up, which I certainly think is possible, I think it's going to be mostly due to the size of the following and the promotion that's being done for it. And so I don't think it's some big short squeeze catalyst. And I think anybody that understands the numbers, and I know people are throwing out like synthetic shares and naked shorts, and I get it, but in some ways I think that's a scapegoat. I just don't think it's going to make some crazy big squeeze. I think it's going to go up, but I don't think it's a short squeeze. I think it's just a big following, which is fine. Yeah, no worries, Spec. Yeah, I didn't finish the new Matrix movie. I got about halfway through it. It seems a little weird, though. Like, not the same, you know. I think they should have gotten at least Agent Smith and Morpheus back. You know what I mean? Like, that would have really made it a lot more enjoyable for me. It's hard to watch it with different faces and, you know. There's no reason they shouldn't have hired old boy that played Agent Smith back. He was the necessary one they needed. Yeah, and that's fine, but I'm just talking about the short float. Like, I'm talking about the amount of people that are actually shorting it. Why don't you like buying SPY calls? Because I'm mostly just a trader, brother. You know what I mean? I'm used to trading. Don't have a ton of experience in options, so it's just something that I am I'm better at actual trading than options. At least I have been. It's just something. The options game is just something I'll have to learn. All right, there we go for RELI. Get a nice pop. Cover a little bit. Cover a little bit more. All right, so I am now green on the day. Wow. All right, so we're out. We're now green in pre-market. Slightly. We're up $1.50. But hey, we're green. We were down like 15, but man, we caught the RELI pop. Beautiful pullback dip buys for these. Still ripping up big for RELI, so still making big moves. So we'll see what happens. Up to 680s right now, guys. 680s for RELI. Wow. Look at this. Huge rip. All right, so we'll see if we get a pullback dip for some of this for RELI, but still in the SPY, still watching RELI. MBOT dipped a little bit below VWAP here. Yeah. Yeah, crazy pop. Hey, what'd you say? You called it, Pawn? What'd you say? That mini flag is tightening. Really looking like it's about to get bigger. Yeah, for sure, man. Good call, brother. Nice. Just to show you guys, Pawn was right. Nice work. How do you use level 2? Okay, so I think there's some edge in level 2, but the level 2 is highly manipulated. And to be honest, I think a lot of people use level 2 because it's really complex and difficult. And it's so, what's the word? I think people use it to try to sell courses. I think people act like there's some super secret, level 2 secret. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just, but I think that level 2 is highly manipulated. Anybody can throw a huge order up and scare traders out. And I mostly use it to look at what the spread is and to sometimes judge momentum. But I don't use it a lot of the time with my trading. I just think it's too manipulated. Yeah, Pawn Star. Hey. Yeah. PTN. PTN's slow, brother. Why keep saying it? It's slow. All right, here, RELI still ripping up here. Look at RELI. Yeah, I'm not saying level 2 is not for trading. If that's what you think I said, then, I don't know what to say. But what I'm saying is that you can use level 2 to judge the spread, but it's highly manipulated. And like I said, I have been trading for years and years and years. And so maybe it's just one of those things that me personally, I don't use. But again, I think that it's highly manipulated. And that I think if you're basing your trade solely off the level 2, you're just going to lose. You know what I mean? I think it's too manipulated. I think that the time in sales being actual filled orders is a little bit more accurate, a little bit more of an accurate thing to judge, to base your trades off of. But even still, I think you can use the level 2, but it certainly shouldn't be the only thing you use. Not KG. I use I trade everything. You guys know me, and you guys see that I am green a large majority of the time. I rarely ever use the level 2, and so it's not. You can judge entries and exits purely off of price action and chart data. But again, that's just me. Maybe I'm, to each their own. It is what it is. But that's just me. But for me, I just don't use the level 2 a lot. I don't think it's crazy useful. I just don't. And that's okay. Listen, if you disagree, that's fine. We don't have to be the same. Nobody is in trading. And so it's all good either way. But it's just me. I just don't use the level 2 like that. I don't think it's super necessary. I think that it's highly manipulated. And again, I think it's one of those things that is super complex. And so a lot of traders try to act like they're an expert at using it, when the reality of it is a lot of it is just random and manipulated. So yeah, exactly. There's so many fake walls on the level 2. There's so many fake orders, fake walls. It's just not something like again, I think it's something that traders use to, no offense to anybody here, I think it's something that traders use to boost their ego. They say, oh, well, when you look at the level 2, like if I look at the level 2, I can morph it to be whatever I want it to too. But the reality of it is it's highly manipulated. It's just not super reliable in terms of like judging walls, price action. Like you can get into a little bit of a flow state using it. And I've used the level 2 a ton. And so you can get into somewhat of like a flow state if you watch it every day. But again, in my personal subjective opinion, it's just not incredibly reliable. All right, so we're supposed to have a guest on the show today. So let me get him involved. All right, guys. So many fake walls, but again, like I said, guys, it's just my own subjective opinion. You know, okay, I'll put it this way: I don't necessarily use the level 2 as much, but I won't say that you can't use it. I'm sure there's some traders that are really good at using it and can make a bunch of money doing so. But for me personally, it's just not. It's just not what I generally use to base my trades around. I'm mostly using price action. You know. Thank you, Quack. Hey, see you, Tiny. Hey, we got a nice guest coming on the show today as well. So his name is Jaspreet Singh. I apologize if I mispronounced that. He is from Minority Mindset, if you guys know that channel. He's going to be hopping on stream sometime today, I think around 9 a.m. market time. And he'll be hanging out with us for a little bit, I think. We'll be interviewing him, talking about some trading stuff, talking about investment and finance things. So should be a fun interview. All right, guys, so we got RELI. Pull it back to 7 here. What do you think? Should we buy this dip, or what do you guys think? Where's the next squeeze? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Mo? Yeah, who dat? But the Saints lost, brother. Yeah, as you get better, candles will give you more info as a trader than anything else. Yeah, for sure. Green candle equals good, red candle equals bad. A. All right, so the SPY is moving back up some. I might add a little bit here. I want to see if the SPY can break lifetime highs. So I'm going to add a little bit to this. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. How many time frames do you look at in order to draw support or resistance? So it really varies, to be honest. I, most of the time, am just looking at I'm mostly, it depends on the time frame of your trades, to be honest. And so try to think of it like this, right? When you're looking at technicals, you really want to figure out what time frame you're trying to trade it, right? So if you're looking at long, if you're trying to hold a position for 3 months, you want to go way back in that chart's history and look at the major long-term support or resistance levels. If you're trading a position and you're holding it for 30 seconds a minute, it doesn't make a ton of sense, in my opinion, to look all the way back to 4 years ago if you're holding something for 30 seconds. It's just not reasonable to look at that time frame. It's unnecessary. The reality is most traders that are trading short term are going to be looking at short term levels. And so I'm a short term trader a lot of the time. When I trade short term, I'm looking at like pre-market levels. Those are the most recent and a lot of the times the most relevant levels that other traders are ultimately watching. And so when I trade short term, I look at short term levels. I look at long term levels sometimes as well, but I'm mostly revolving my trades around short term levels because my trade is short term and I don't need the level to hold for a month or a year. I just need it to hold for 30 seconds. And so that is what I'm doing. The time frame of your charts should correlate with the time frame you're holding your positions. And so if you're holding a position for 30 seconds, it doesn't make a lot of sense to use a 5-minute or a 15-minute or a 30-minute chart because you're only holding a position for 30 seconds. Now, if you're holding a position for 2 hours, then looking at a 5-minute chart is reasonable. Looking at a 15-minute chart is probably reasonable. But again, as always, it's a very subjective thing. Like neither of it's right or wrong. And if you can make money doing something, you can make money doing it. More props to you. As always, we're not investment professionals here. We're not liable. If you lose, you always got to make your own assessment and trade responsibly. We just try to make a free resource and community for traders. That's all we really do here. We don't want to be experts. We're not experts. That's why the channel is called Beginner Trading. We're just a resource for traders. So cheers to you guys. Hope it's a good morning. As always, hit the like and subscribe button if you haven't already. And yeah, we bought a little bit more in the SPY. I was hoping we'd start making a test towards that previous high of the day. We went right up there and then rejected, which I don't really love to see, but it's all good. We already, made some money, locked in profit, and we're okay. What's up, Mo? Hey, good to see you, brother. What's up, Tanvir? Let me see. So 10 o'clock market time would be okay. All right, so it looks like he's gonna be coming on. All right, so yeah, it's looking like he's planning to come on, I think at 10 a.m. Market time, so in about an hour, which is fine. That works great. All right, we got RELI here. Let's see if we bounce right here. We got this 690 support level. We'll see if we bounce. See, told you to wait on RELI. Yeah, I mean, that little dip buy looked good. Should have bought it, but it's all good. We're getting some big action here for RELI. SPY, I don't know what I think. Maybe I could add a little bit more to the SPY here, like 20 shares. We got the dip to the VWAP here. We're in with 50 shares of the SPY now. SPY is currently at 478. Yeah, people always say I'm small, but like just in pre-market, this position is a $24,000 position. All right, so it costs $24,000 in equity here. So, okay. All right, so he's coming on at 9 in 9 minutes. So that's cool. All right, so no, 9 a.m. in about 8 minutes. I disagree. Penny stocks are usually HTB. They're hard to borrow. It's just not easy, you know. But man, look at RELI here. I might have to dump this SPY position too. But man, RELI flying up here, flying up. Yeah, we're gonna have to jump out of this, unfortunately, here. Cut it. Yeah, we're all good. Mostly break even in pre. Let me figure out what. Okay, RELI, yeah, y'all be careful then. We've got some interesting action here. Trying to figure out the right handle here. Okay. There it is. All right. All right, sorry, team. My apologies. Just making some posts here. So yeah, what do y'all think of RELI here? This thing's going absolutely crazy. I heard some big time traders are trading it, so y'all just be careful. I really don't think the guru that makes 10K a day on the market controls these moves like people think he does. Well, I don't know, man. I'm not saying he does, but it's certainly possible to influence these low float penny stocks with that type of, movement for sure. Now, I'm not saying he does, but so yeah, wicks are indicative of strength and weakness. Okay, so if you have an upwick here, it's usually indicative of downward pressure, because if you think about the candle price action, like when it goes up and then it gets pushed down really, really quickly, that's indicative of strength or weakness in a specific direction. And so if it goes up and then it gets rejected really, really quickly, it's going to cause a wick. And that wick, again, is indicative of strength or weakness, if that makes sense. All right, so we do have Jaspreet here. I can see him in the chat. Let me go ahead and get him joined up. Hey, what's up, Jaspreet? What's up, man?
What's going on? How are you doing?
I'm doing well, man. I'm doing well. I appreciate you joining the stream, man. Good to see you. I've honestly watched your YouTube channel a bunch before, and so I was really excited when you reached out to me, man. Happy to have you here for sure.
My man, I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure to be on with you.
Of course, man. Of course, man. So I like I said, I've watched some of your content before. You mostly deal with, from what I can see, longer term investments, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, nice, man. I think that's really the way to do it. I tell most people, like, I day trade and swing trade, but the odds are against you, in day trading or swing trading for sure. So yeah, man, what do you think about this latest market action? I saw one of your latest videos. Do you think we're in for some downward pressure in the market soon, or what do you think is going to happen?
Well, I don't like to time the market, predict the market. What I like to do is I talk about the economy, what's going on in the economy.
Right.
And I think the issue is many people assume that the economy and the stock market move in a linear fashion.
Right.
The economy goes like this, the stock market will also go like this. But that's not true. We saw that happen in 2020 when the economy all just shut down, the stock market collapsed, and then the economy kept going down, but the stock market started rallying. And so the thing that you have to understand is in the short term, you can see a lot of discrepancies between the economy and the stock market. But over the long term, that's when the stock market and the economy will start to align and come back together. So when you say what's going to happen in 2022, are we going to see the stock market boom or bust? It's hard to say, because it's hard to say what the Federal Reserve Bank's going to do. It's hard to say what the government's going to do and how investor sentiment is going to look like. But on an economic level, our economy is growing, which is good. But the big concern is inflation. And I know it really started to kind of become a bigger concern towards the end of 2021. And now the Fed and the government are saying that, don't worry, it's no longer going to be an issue in mid-2022. But I have a very strong feeling that they're going to be wrong about that. That inflation is going to continue going on through 2022. And maybe it won't be as high as 2021, but I don't think we're going to be going back to 2% inflation anytime soon. So what does that mean? The prices of things are going to go up. You might see a lot more money flow into the stock market. But that doesn't mean that, we can't see a stock market pull back. I think it's very possible, but I don't try to time that. Like you were saying, I'm a long-term investor. I buy when things go down, if I see a crash, I come in and buy, and then I also have a passive strategy. Every Wednesday, I have money that leaves my account and gets invested in a few different ETFs. So I'm buying stocks. When they go down, I buy ETFs every week. So,
Makes sense.
that's kind of what I'm doing.
Yeah, for sure, man. And honestly, I experienced the inflation. Everybody knows. Like, I recently bought a car, and
Oh
it's
yeah.
just such a mess, man. It's just such a mess. But yeah, inflation is absolutely ridiculous, and it's just a really interesting market. I tend to be like you, where I just try to buy healthy companies that are on discount long term.
Yep.
So I try to look at what's healthy, what I think is going to be around in 5 or 10 years, and when they dip, that's my favorite time.
Oh yeah.
In 2020, when we got big market drops, I ended up buying MGM. I bought United Airlines at discounts and just rode those up really quickly. So I think those are some of the easiest trades to get involved with for people at home, just because a lot of people get doom and gloom when the market drops, but a lot of the time it's going to rebound. In the history of the world, it's generally rebounded a solid amount pretty quickly from all the major crashes. And so, yeah, man, 100% agree there. We got a lot of people in chat saying they love you over here. They said,
Well, thank you
you
so
made them a
much.
bunch of
Thank you,
money.
thank you, thank you. I appreciate it, everyone. I saw that from
Yeah, man.
LA. I really appreciate that. The comments are amazing, and
Yeah, for sure.
just like what you said. I mean, obviously, the first thing that you can do, especially if you're newer, is just sorry, I got my mic falling over here.
Oh, no, you're good. You're
Is
good.
just invest in what you know. I mean,
Right.
it doesn't have to be so complicated. People assume that when you're in a crash situation, it becomes harder to invest, but it's
Right.
actually the opposite. Because if you invest in a company that survives, well, it becomes much easier for you to make money because almost everything that you touch will go up,
Right.
and
It's so
and
cheap.
so it's cheap. And so a lot, you have average people, the average American who is scared of a market crash, but then you have the average investor who can't wait for a market
Right.
crash.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
it might make me sound cynical, but that's just the reality. Because look, I started really getting into investing after 2008. That's when I was, getting out of, or I was in college, and I started buying real estate when it was dirt cheap, and everybody was saying, "Dude, you're out of your mind. Why would you want to buy real estate? Haven't you seen what happened to the real estate market? Real estate is crashing. Nobody makes money in real estate." And I'm like,
Right.
"Dude, real estate prices can't fall forever.
Right.
It's a real asset." So I just started buying everything that I could, not knowing what the heck I was doing, and here we are now, and I still own those real estate, and I bought a lot more since then. So
Yeah.
if you look at stocks, again, it's the same thing. Does your company actually produce a product that people want? Does it
Right.
have money? You kind of look at those basic fundamentals. And if the answer is yes, this is an innovative company, something that people want, something that's going to be around in 5 years,
Right.
well, then this could be a great opportunity for you to buy.
Of course, that's the reality, and that's what people don't understand. I see a lot of people that have a lot of bearish outlook, but I look at it like pop culture. I look at what's influential as companies like Apple, Disney, some of my favorite stocks. Every time they dip majorly, I buy those dips usually. And you just want to, I 100% agree. Just buy what you know. You're going to be, what you know is going to lead you to money most of the time because you're going to understand the value in certain companies. Like a lot of new investors, they start out just buying products that they use. If they drink Coca-Cola, they buy the Coca-Cola company. If they watch Disney movies, they buy Disney. If they have an iPhone, they buy an Apple, and so forth and so on. And yeah, 100% agree. Those are some of the best trades I've ever gotten into, was buying companies that I knew and that I thought would be around in a few years.
A simple thing that you can do, especially if you're getting started as an investor, is follow what I call the quarter rule. So if you go out and spend $1 at Apple, spend a quarter investing in the Apple company on the stock. You spend
Makes
$1
sense.
at Chipotle, spend a quarter buying the Chipotle stock.
Right.
And what you'll realize very quickly, well, one, you're going to see what your spending habits really are. You're going to discipline your spending, but it'll help you start to understand, because what you're going to see is some of the companies that you invest in will be losers, some of them will be winners, but you'll start to see the differences between
Right.
them. And obviously investing requires a little bit of personal finance discipline, because if you don't know how to discipline your finances, you're never going to have cash to invest. But Apple is one of the easiest examples, because you have so many people buying $1,000 iPhone with $0 invested. Oh
Right.
my God, it destroys me to see that. You should not be using an iPhone if you don't have any money invested. Okay,
Right.
And so it's just that mindset shift. If you want to buy $1,000 phone, fine, nothing wrong with that. Take $250, use that to buy the Apple stock.
Right.
Go out and just invest in what you're doing, because that way now you're not just a consumer. You're not a consumer, you become a producer, an investor. Rich people, wealthy people are producers and investors. And if you want to become part of that, I call it the minority mindset. But if you want to get into that, you want to build that wealth, you have to become a producer. Hate or love it, that is the way that the system works. I know we never taught this. I was never taught this, but if you want to become a producer, the easiest and most accessible way to do that is just to buy a piece of the company that you are consuming.
Makes perfect sense. Honestly, makes perfect sense. And again, I think if people did that, like you said, not only will they understand investing a little bit better, but they'll understand their own finances better. Because I know when I first got started as an investor, what I would do, because I was brand new, I was super green, I didn't really understand. I would buy a company and then I would sell it, like any small little tick up, I'd unload. I'm done. I'd take my $10, or if it went against me, I do the same thing. Up, it's down. I'm cutting it. I'm cutting losses. But I think that one of the things that helped me get around that is I made it a little bit less liquid for me. So I would invest into things, and then I would put my phone somewhere obscure in my house that would be a pain to go get to, and I would just basically force myself to stay in that position. And then over time, that way it's less liquid. I couldn't access it. So because if I day trade and swing trade on the account that everybody sees here, if I invest on this account, oh man, I'm gonna overwatch it. I'm just gonna watch it and cut it, and it's just not gonna work out. And so I got to just make it less liquid for me. But once I did that, I started to make money. And then once you start to make money, it just kind of starts to snowball from there, to where then you want to put more money into it. And then you want to look at other, opportunities, and it ends up working out better that way.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I tell people something very similar, that, if you want to trade, fine. I am not a trader, but if you're going to be trading, it is active. It is not investing, it's active. So what you want to be doing is, when you take your profits, when you're trading, take some of your profits and treat it like a job. Take some of your profits every time and put it into some passive investments, things that will just build you wealth over the long term, your long-term investments. I make the same analogy to real estate, where you have real estate flippers and then you have real estate investors. I'm a real estate investor. I'm not a flipper. But if you want to be a flipper, fine. You can make a lot of money flipping. Do your flips, but take some of your profits, every flip, put that towards buy and hold rental properties that will build you wealth over the long term. The trading, the flipping can make you a lot of money in the short term, but it's riskier and you have a lot more volatility. But you need to protect yourself always for the long term. So anytime you make a profit, take a little bit, even if it's 10 cents. Take a dime, take a quarter, take a little bit of money out of every dollar that you earn, put that towards some long-term investments, and just let that snowball, let that compound, and just keep patting the snow on it. Make it build your wealth.
Keep adding some more to it. And honestly, we get a lot of day traders and swing traders here, but I never claim to be an expert, because I'm really not. But what I always tell people is that long-term investing, like Warren Buffett's value investing, is the single most effective form of investing there's ever been. And if people want to really make money, a large majority of people short-term trading are going to fail. Where people make the most money is just capitalizing on long-term investments, picking out healthy companies, buying and holding for 10 years. That is how you retire early. That is how a large majority of billionaires grew their wealth. And, it's just like you're saying, you got to learn to do it. But once you start doing it, it just snowballs. You want to do it more and more. And, yeah, for sure. It's something that took me a little bit of time to get into, but once I did, it just made so much sense.
Absolutely, and even within that, every when the trading route, you have so many different types of trading, right? Like you mentioned, you have day trading, swing trading, momentum trading. It just goes on and on and on. It's the same thing in the investment side. You have passive investing, and then you have kind of more of I call it active investing, but it's really more of what Warren Buffett does, right? It's active. Right. He's always looking at the financials of a company. He's reading the companies, understanding what they do. If you want to individually invest in stocks, invest in individual companies, you have to be active. You have to research the companies to find them. But if you don't want to do that, you can also be completely passive in it. Find a few ETFs. Maybe an ETF that gives the exposure to the S&P 500. Maybe an ETF that gives the exposure to emerging markets. Maybe an ETF that gives the exposure to innovation. you find a few ETFs that you like, that we don't have to worry about finding the perfect companies. And you just put the money into the ETFs, and you just let the ETFs do its thing, and you just continue to compound that, let that grow. I mean, if you believe in the American economy, there's no reason for you to not be doing that. Just even if it's a little bit, it will add up. And this is where, that question of, you asked me what's going to happen. It does not matter. My passive strategy, it doesn't matter. I don't care if the market's up or down. Every Wednesday, money leaves my account and it goes in and it's automatically invested. That's my passive strategy. Happens
That's a good idea.
every week. But then my active strategy, I have a separate account, right? I have different stock brokerage accounts for different purposes. My active account, I have a separate stock brokerage account where I have cash sitting there waiting to find a company that I believe is undervalued. So if I see a dip, if I see a crash, I'm coming and I'm buying. I have the capital ready. I'm just waiting for the right opportunity because I don't want to chase. So there's two different games within the same long-term investing play.
That's interesting. And see, I never really looked at it like that, but that makes a ton of sense. I also love the fact that you have a set schedule, and having a schedule is going to benefit. If I started to do that, I think it would massively benefit me, because you know how it goes. Like, you'll say, yeah, I'm going to invest in this stock, but you never quite pull the trigger for it. But setting a set date where you're like, hey, I got to put money into ETFs just makes a lot of sense, because that way you just get used to it. They say anything you do for more than 10 days becomes a habit. And so if you do that for, consistently over and over again, then you're automatically investing money like you should, and you don't forget about it. You don't, make excuses for it. And so I really like that.
Thank you. Yeah. We overcomplicate it for ourselves sometimes.
Right. Exactly. We have Thomas saying, what's the guest name? Jaspreet. He runs the channel. I'll post the link in chat again. He runs the channel Minority Mindset. Great channel. Like I said, I was kind of a fan for his. I'm kind of fanboying a little bit, him being on the stream.
Thank you.
But
I appreciate it, Al.
Yeah, of course, man. And I'll post the link here again, guys, if you want to go check it out. Sub to him for sure. But yeah, man, what are you expecting in the market today? The SPY broke lifetime highs yesterday. I was hoping we might get it in pre-market, but we rejected a little bit. What do you guys? Or go ahead.
Here we are. The Santa Claus rally was going on for we were hoping for a big Santa Claus rally. Kind of saw something towards the end of the year. I think, anytime you get to this, if you're talking straight to the traders, now I'm definitely not an expert trader. I'm going to give that disclaimer because I am not a trader. But anytime you get towards the end of the year, like right before the new year, what you see happen is a lot of tax purposes selling.
Right.
So if I have a lot of profits, if I have some losses, I'm going to be, this is where the time where all the accountants are calling the wealthy people and saying, hey, you have a big tax bill coming. And if you have a company that maybe you don't like so much, that is at a loss, you can sell it to lower your tax bill. So this is where you're going to see a lot of, towards the end of the year, you see that happen all the time, where you're going to see people selling just because they want to lower their tax bill, or they want to, sell some of their gains to negate some of their losses. So a lot of tax movements happen in these last couple of days.
Right. And that makes sense. Selling to take some money off of tax pressure always makes sense. And yeah, I'm sure the accountants are doing their thing right now. We have Dylan here saying, Jaspreet, what are your thoughts on house price stability? Just bought a house and I feel it will be upside down in the next year. Any reassuring thoughts?
Well, first off, Dylan, congratulations on buying a home. The best way to understand what will happen is by looking at history. And, the most recent real estate crash was obviously 2008. Now, to put this in perspective, the 2008 real estate bubble started bursting in late 2006 to 2007.
Right.
And in 2008, it ultimately just collapsed. The whole thing burst. But the real estate market, housing prices, didn't hit bottom until 2012. The stock market bottomed and came back in just a couple of years. So why? Well, the real estate market moves significantly slower than the stock market because it takes time for a transaction to happen. So anybody who's saying that the real estate market's going to be down 50% in 2022 has absolutely no idea of how the real estate market works, of how a housing market works.
Right.
So, you talk about housing price stability. Now, there are risks in the housing market, but there's also things that can point it upwards. So what are the risks? The risks are, well, housing prices have inflated significantly faster than wages, significantly faster than many other things. I think we saw housing prices grow by something around 12 to 14%, something like that over the last year,
Yeah,
which
it
is
was crazy. It
pretty
was
insane.
absolutely crazy. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
And so, what does that mean? Does that mean we're going to see a crash next year? No. There's a difference between a housing market cool down and a housing price slowdown. A cool down means, well, instead of growing by 12%, we grow by 3%. It's nowhere near as aggressive as how fast we grew in 2021, but we still grow. So, that I definitely think we're going to see housing price cool down. Again, my opinions here. I think we're going to see housing price cool down. We could potentially see a housing price slowdown if housing prices keep accelerating and you see interest rates rise. That's going to be the big X factor that is out of our control, because do you see how we start pulling the different pieces of the puzzle together?
Right, right.
We're not just looking at the housing market anymore, because the housing market is much stabler, much stronger than it was before 2008. The difference between now and 2008 is our economy is nowhere near as strong. Inflation is nowhere near as contained. And so if come 2022 and inflation continues to be ramping up, inflation continues to be really bad, the Fed is going to be forced to fight inflation even more aggressively. If the Fed is forced to fight inflation more aggressively in 2022 or late 2023, that means they're going to have to raise interest rates even more aggressively. If they raise interest rates even more aggressively, now it's going to be significantly more expensive for you to go out and buy that $400,000 home, which would ultimately hurt housing demand, which could push housing prices down. So if you look at, this is why it's so difficult for me to answer, because I don't know what the Fed is going to do. I call it the X factor, because it's just so unpredictable. I don't think anybody would have predicted that the Fed would have printed as much money as they did in 2020, 2021. I study the Fed, I study economy, and I think I would have said that, yeah, I think they're going to open up the money printer, but to the extent that they did, unlimited quantitative easing, unheard of, unbelievable. And so, we talk about what will the Fed do? I don't know.
Yeah.
But these are the things you have to pay attention to. Interest rates will are almost guaranteed to go up in 2022, and if it's a little bit, it won't affect it too much. But if you see significant interest rate rises to fight inflation, well, then that could definitely affect the housing market later into 2022 and 2023.
Okay, makes perfect sense, man, and great answer. Yeah, I recently bought a house. We recently bought a house, and it was chaos. Absolute chaos buying the house. I'm a real estate agent as well. And so, during that process, we had like multiple people competing with us, putting bids over market price, over the list price, turning down appraisal, putting in that, saying that they didn't need the appraisal, that it was just a big mess, man. It was absolutely crazy. And the car market as well. We bought a house and a car this year, probably a terrible decision on our part, just because the prices are so high, man. People are,
as long as you can afford it, it's okay.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what I always tell people is I'm usually against buying new cars in general. We were going to get a Sequoia, but it was just this big mess, man. So expensive. And I'm just hoping that it evens out in the long run. But man, chaos this year buying a house and
I'm
a car.
still buying real estate. I'm a real estate investor. I'm a bigger real estate investor than I am a stock market investor, but I do invest pretty aggressively in both. I am still buying real estate, but I am just being pickier than before. And by pickier, I mean I know what type of returns I want. I know what kind of cash flows I want. If a property is not willing to pay it, I'm not willing to chase properties. And I was in Austin, and the properties there, looking at some of these deals, they were not what the sellers are saying is, okay, this property, let's just say, is $1 million.
Right.
We're gonna sell it based on a 1% cash flow, 1% return, 1% cap rate. What that means is this property is making $10,000 worth of profit, and you can buy it for $1 million today. Now, in a normal real estate market, nobody would want to buy a property for a 1% return. It's going to take you 100 years to make your money back. I mean, it doesn't make any sense. But the reason why people are buying it and why they're able to sell it for this price is because they're saying, yeah, you're only going to make $10,000 today, but in a few years, you'll be able to make $100,000 a year. That's why it's worth $1 million today. And I'm like, well, what guarantee do we have that it's gonna make $100,000 in a few years? And then they go on to say, well, we project rental prices to grow by 10% a year for the next few years. Based off of that, you're going to be able to do these calculations. And if it continues like this, you're going to be able to see your profit skyrocket. So yeah, you're not going to make any money now, but you'll be able to make money in the future. That's speculation. And if it works, great. But if it doesn't work, I don't want to be the one holding the bag. I'm not buying those deals. I'm buying properties where the cash flows make sense based off of today's prices. So if a property makes sense based off of how much profit is generating today, I will buy it. The difficult thing is you have very few properties that are actually selling like that. So, like you said, I have overbid on properties and lost many times, and I have lost bids many times. So I'm making a lot of offers, looking at a lot of properties, losing a lot of deals, but I'm still finding some here and there. So that's kind of the you talk about real estate. I'm still buying. I'm just being picky, and if real estate prices go down, I'll buy more.
And that makes perfect sense. You just got to be very selective over what you buy. You might get rejected, you might miss out on 20 deals, but if you get one that is really profitable, it's still worthwhile to just keep buying it up. So are you mostly buying them? You said you're buying them for rental properties, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, that makes the most sense. So you're not flipping. I've thought about flipping here in Texas. I'm in the Houston area, but I just don't know if the market conditions are great in Houston for flipping. I would more so rather just buy and hold, buy and sit.
Yeah, I'm not a flipper. It's not me. I did wholesaling real estate for a little bit years ago, but
is that really profitable? Sorry to interrupt you, but is that really profitable? I've heard a lot of good things and bad things about wholesaling.
It's great. I mean, look, I'm also a licensed agent, real estate agent.
Okay, nice.
It's very similar to the way it works. You find somebody who wants to sell a home, who's a motivated seller. You sell it to, this time, usually a cash buyer, an investor, somebody who has access to cash. It's just a different market, and you get to avoid some of the regulations of being a real estate agent, and you can make sometimes bigger profits, and sometimes you can keep the deals yourself. But it takes a lot, just like being a real estate agent. It takes a lot of work to get started. It took me months to close my first deal, and then I was closing deals, and I was making good money. So yeah, it can be very profitable if you're willing to put in the work, but it is very hard. If you're not willing to put in the work, you're not going to make any money. So wholesaling is, I found it to be great. It was a great learning experience. But again, it wasn't my game. I am not a flipper. I am not a trader. I am an investor. And so for that, I buy real estate to hold now.
Makes sense. So we have D asking a question. What do you think about the metaverse and buying real estate in the metaverse?
Oh my God. That's funny. I just had a talk yesterday with like 3 guys talking about the same thing.
It's a crazy world.
I need to do more research on it. And I do think, it's highly speculative.
Right, of course.
I think it is. There's a lot of real estate that is going to go to complete crap. I think a lot of it is going to go to nothing, but I think some of it will succeed. And I was listening to this guy talking about how real estate in the metaverse is going to be more valuable than real estate in the physical physical world, not worse. But I was like, how is that possible? But then I started to think about it a little bit deeper. Because it doesn't make sense, and somebody just says that, because in the physical world, that's where I sleep, that's where I eat, that's where I do my business. But the digital world, has grown so much over the last 2 decades. I mean, if you think about this, like, when we were kids 2 decades ago, if somebody would have said that digital commerce is going to be more valuable than physical commerce, nobody would believe it. They would have said you're out of your mind. Like, it's
nonsense. Yeah,
it's nonsense. And so I think about that, and I'm like, could it be that people will spend more time in this virtual world than they will their physical world? Yeah, I think people spend. Yeah, especially if you look at the younger kids, younger people, they're spending more time on their phone than they are outside of their phone or their computer.
Right.
And so if they're already spending 7 hours a day on a screen, well,
Right.
that means they're spending more time on a screen than outside of a screen while they're awake.
Yeah. Honestly, I just got my kids the Oculus Quest 2. I got them two of them for Christmas. So they just got it. And I will say they are incredibly realistic. Incredibly realistic. And I think if we're looking at the future of property in the metaverse, I think that we have to look at how efficient and lifelike the technology is. And I'll tell you, I got motion sickness playing some of these games. They are incredibly realistic.
Yep.
And yeah, I think it's only going to get better and more realistic as time goes on. And it's already at a point where it's incredibly realistic. It's incredibly lifelike. And, you can do a lot of different things. You can connect with people all the way across the world and sit in the same room as them in the metaverse. And so I think when you have a technology like that, it's only going to grow. I think, in my opinion, it's only going to grow. The
I think
technology
so
is
too.
so, yeah, it's just such a huge technology, incredibly lifelike, incredibly realistic. And I think just because of how effective that technology is, how amazing that technology is, more and more money is going to be dumped into it. More and more companies are going to get on board. More and more games are going to be created for it. And that in turn is going to help the property values rise and the games. And it's just going to snowball from there and just get bigger and bigger.
Absolutely. So I have not purchased anything in the metaverse, any property in the metaverse yet, but I am going to do more research, and
Right.
I can definitely see myself putting a little bit of money into that, especially more. I mean, I understand it's more on the
Right.
speculative side, but I could definitely
For
see
sure.
myself putting some more money in there.
Yeah.
So
And
I
some of the tokens are interesting too. The crypto tokens. So some of them, I've been investing into like Mana. There's a lot of really interesting tokens. Render token is really big too. So there's just a lot of really interesting technologies from it.
Yeah, and even with that, like I don't go too much onto the smaller tokens. Most of my money in the cryptocurrency space are in the bigger coins, Bitcoin,
Right.
Ethereum. Then I have a couple others that are,
Right.
the quote unquote Ethereum killers, but
Yeah.
Bitcoin.
Cardano. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I have a few of those, but most of it is in the big ones, the Bitcoin, mainly, Bitcoin, Ethereum. Uh, I
Right.
understand it, and I see, and I can see real value in what Bitcoin can do. I did an interview with
Right.
Michael Saylor on our channel. Michael
Nice.
Saylor is the CEO of MicroStrategy, arguably one of the largest holders of Bitcoin in the world. He
Wow.
bought $3 billion, B with a billion, in
Wow.
2020, and I talked to him, and just he really taught me a lot about the power of Bitcoin, because that could
Right.
be just a property where people save
Right.
their money and earn a real return on their money. So
Right.
I understand the value of that. I
It's
understand
huge.
the technology, blockchain behind the smart contracts, DeFi. It
Oh yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, for
NFTs
sure.
behind, just besides just art. There's a lot of power that can be, a lot of things that can be done there. So those
Right.
are the things that I want to be invested in them. And I want to understand what I'm buying. I don't want to just throw my money into something that doesn't, into the
Right.
speculative stuff. Um, it's just,
Makes sense.
I don't understand it. So I like to know what I buy. So that's where
Right.
I'm going to put my money in.
Of course, man. Of course. So we have about a minute until the stock market open. Are you sticking around for the open?
I'll stay for a few more minutes and then I
Okay.
got to get going.
Okay. So yeah, with the open, we usually get a nice little boost of volume at the opening bell. So yeah, right now, guys, we're watching the SPY. We're gonna see if the SPY breaks highs. We're also looking at ISIG popped up. I'm sure there's a catalyst behind this move as well. Yeah, Jaspreet, I'm mostly like a scalper when I day trade. So I might hold a position for like 20 seconds, 30 seconds maybe, sometimes longer, but I'm taking really quick short-term trades most of the time. Here's AMC. AMC's tanking right before the open. It's down to 28.20s, and so we're watching that. And yeah, we got 10 seconds, guys. So let's see how the market reacts today after breaking highs yesterday. And yeah, we're at 477.78 for the SPY. We traded this a little bit. We're slightly down. Okay, there's the opening bell. So we're slightly down heading into the open. And yeah, let's see what the market gives us today. Currently at 477.60s. So what are some of your favorite stocks that you're holding long term, Jasper?
Oh, I used to hold a lot more of the blue chip companies.
Hmm.
And recently I've been investing a lot more into some more growth, smaller companies, things that I believe will change the way that we do things. So, that's another reason why I've been investing in a lot of companies outside of the stock market, investing in innovation and growth.
Sure.
But I think for that reason, I don't like to I'll tell you,
Sure.
for
Yeah,
example,
no worries.
I like investing in companies that. The reason why I don't do stock picks on my channel, I'll tell you just very straight up, is because I don't want somebody to buy just because I'm buying something. I
Exactly.
think it's disingenuous.
Sure.
So because my goals are not your goals. And
Right.
so if somebody buys what I'm buying and then in 6 months it goes down and then you say, just because you lost me money, I'm gonna feel very upset. So with that,
Right.
I like investing in things like, for example, I invest in Airbnb. And the
Right.
reason why is because I think the way that we stay in homes is going to change. I think Airbnb can be a platform. A lot of people are working from home. So I think more and more people wanting to live the Airbnb lifestyle over the next 5 years, which means I don't want to live in a rental. I want to live in Airbnb. I want to live in Atlanta this month, Tampa next month, LA the month after that, New York the month after that. Why not? Because I've done that. I started doing that a little while. I got married, and my wife and I just lived in different Airbnbs in different parts of the world, different parts of the country so far. And as we started to do that, I started to see that was the fastest growing trend in Airbnb. People just living in there, and I was like, "Oh wow, that's a great opportunity for me to come in and buy." So
Right. And you
that's
invest in what you know. You
exactly
invest in
invested.
what you know.
I did it. I've seen it, and I was like, "Oh, okay." So then I started doing some research, and that's what when it's a lot higher now. But
Right.
when it was really falling, I was buying it aggressively because I was like, this is something I want to own for the long term. This is I
Right.
see how it's changing. So that's what I do with there. And then with the ETFs, like I mentioned, I invest in ETFs that give me exposure to kind of broad different things. I invest in ETFs that give me exposure to the S&P 500. But I invest in ETFs that give me
SPY.
yep. I invest in ETFs that give me exposure to emerging markets as kind of my protection. I invest in ETFs. They give me exposure to innovation. So, it kind of hit the few different angles and
Right.
I just keep letting it do its thing.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense, honestly. I think there's a few companies, and I'm exactly like you. Like anytime I even say I'm buying anything, or I always tell people, look, not an investment professional. Please don't copy me. We might have different trading personalities, and so if you just copy people, you're usually going to lose. You got to understand why they're buying or why they're selling. So I'm a lot like you in that regard. I also think I think there's a handful of companies that are just groundbreaking in terms of what they're doing. I think kind of like Uber was towards taxis or towards driving, or really towards people needing to buy a car. Even a lot of people don't even own cars, they just Uber everywhere. I think there's a handful of companies that are just groundbreaking in that regard, and I think Airbnb is one of them. It's certainly, as a real estate agent, a lot of people, their dream is to buy a house, but a lot of people move around so much and are not going to be happy staying stagnant in one place. And they're going to be a lot happier just moving around and experiencing the world. And I think, like you said, Airbnb is in that niche where they're going to be able to capitalize on that, and they're going to be able to change the way people, like you said, travel for the better. And so, same thing Tesla is doing in the vehicle space. And so just really interesting as well. I think Airbnb has changed real estate forever, and it's going to continue to.
I think so. I think it's going to change the way people rent, not
Right.
just travel. I think that will be one of the most interesting things if people start to rent, not just through a management company, but through an Airbnb, because that allows them to be a lot more flexible, and you have a middleman to protect your interest and the landlord's interest. I think they haven't done it yet, but I think that's something that it would be the next kind of evolution of it.
Right. Makes perfect sense, man. Makes perfect sense. Just to give you
Cool.
guys a little update, here's ISIG halted on the way up at 1760s. It's halted on the way up. It'll resume at 9:39 market time.
All right, man. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you
brother.
having me on. This is a blast.
Hey, thank you so much, man. Like I said, I'm kind of a fanboy of yours, brother. So I really, really appreciate you being on the show. Anytime you want to come back, brother, like I said, we'll have guests. Anytime you want to come back, just let me know. I'll throw you a link. You can hop on. Y'all do me a favor. Go subscribe
Appreciate
to this
it.
man. Great channel, tons of good content that he's dropping daily, and so go subscribe to his channel. And yeah, thank you again, man, for
Thank you,
being
man.
on
You're
the show,
doing a
brother.
great job. You're doing a great job spreading that financial education. I appreciate it, and I appreciate your time.
Of course, man. Thank you, brother. Have a good day.
Hey, you too. Bye-bye.
See ya. Well, that was cool, guys. We had Jaspreet on the show. Love to have him on the show. Great dude. Was surprised they reached out to me. Super excited and proud to have him on the show, man. So y'all go do the man a favor. He's supporting the channel just by being here. And so you also go subscribe to that man. We'll give as a favor, go sub to his channel called The Minority, the Minority Mindset. And I'll post this link right here, guys. Y'all go check it out. All right, so anyways, we got Apple rejecting at the VWAP here. We got the AMC making a move up. ISIG is resumed. It's at $20. 13K on ISIG. That's crazy. Yeah, there's the link right there, guys. So y'all go sub to that man. Great channel, honestly. Great content. Like I said, I really have been watching his channel for, about the last 6 months or so. And so, yeah, y'all go sub to that man. Do me a favor. So show support to the guy helping support this channel. So hit the sub button. Go subscribe. Hit the notification bell. Hey, nice top. Nice back. Yeah, y'all go sub to that man. But yeah, so ISIG running up, guys. I haven't traded since the open. I wanted to really kind of give him the attention he deserved here. So, yeah, great channel. Yeah, of course, Dylan. All right, guys, let's see what we get now. Let's see what we get. We got the SPY rejecting at the VWAP here. Here's AMC. I'm a little bit tempted to buy some of this. Let's see. Let's see what we get. A little bit tempted to buy some AMC here. We'll buy 50 shares. Try to ride that up. Let me switch this over. But yeah, that was fun. I'm super excited to have him on the show. Yeah, for sure, Cryptic. 100%, brother. All right, so AMC dipping down. If it breaks under 28.50, we're cutting it. ISIG dipping down to the VWAP here. I don't know what we're going to do with that. Apple popping up. We might short into this little pop if I can get everything squared away quick enough. All right, we're shorting into the Apple here. Shorting into Apple. We're going to cover real quick. Covered, made a little 550 on that. We're in AMC, about break even here. The market is trying to reject, so we're going to short into a little bit more of the SPY here if we can. Watching AMD on the move up as well. It's approaching the previous closing price for AMD. ISIG is up there. So ISIG is up there. So we're watching that. We're in AMD as well here with 25 shares. It's approaching the previous closing price. And so we're going to see if we get some nice movement here. We're going to cover. We just made a little bit of money on AMD, writing this down too. AMC, we're about break even here. Here's AMD. We're making a little bit of money on the SPY. We're going to cover into AMD there. Still in AMC, still in the SPY itself. We're slightly green on the day now after all these trades. Still in AMC. Want to see if it holds at the VWAP here. ISIG is ripping up, going absolutely crazy right now, guys. So ISIG is ripping up, going absolutely crazy. Up to $20 here. I don't know what we want to do with this. I love seeing this on the SPY. We're going to cover there. We're also going to get Top Step out and maybe trade some futures. All right, so we did get a nice little pop for AMC. You love to see it. We'll take a little bit more off there. So we haven't actually had a losing trade since the opening bell. Everything's been green since the opening bell, and we're in AMC right now. I know some people are going to get mad at me for scalping AMC, but that's what we do here. And so we're going to cover into that. Riding this up. We're going to get out there for AMC. So yeah, we're up a nice little $20 so far. Nice handful of good green trades here. We're going to short into this for AMD, cover up into it, add to it. See if we could ride this down, cover into that drop, cover into that drop. So we scalped that. We're going to short into the SPY again up here with 50 shares. We're up about 25 on the day now, growing up a little bit of profit here. We're going to add a little bit more to the SPY trade and 75 shares, and we'll cut it if we need to. AMC flying up. All right, so it looks like we're going to cut this. Over 75, we're cutting this. Yep, we're cutting it. All right, so first loss of the day was not a great one. We're still green on the day, but yeah, that's our first L on the day. SPY just flew up really, really quickly, so that's going to pause our trading until we get some type of trend showing on the market instead of, a sideways trend right now. So if the market starts to rip, then we're going to start buying stocks instead of shorting them. Who is out here? Hey, who let Rosie out? Did y'all let her out? Who let her out? Okay, did you bring her out to go to the bathroom? Okay, well, I smell poop in here, so y'all gotta clean it up then. All right, my kids are over here causing problems. SPY breaking highs here, guys. So the SPY breaking highs. ISIG ripping up. Trying to catch everything. I might short AMD here, but the SPY just reversed so quickly. I don't know if I want to now. And so we're going to wait here. I might buy a little bit of this AMC dip right here. We barely missed it, man. So close to catching it. We slightly missed it. BFRI. SPY flying up here, guys. We might look to the futures market and trade some futures on Top Step. We get a dip in the SPY, we'll buy some futures contracts. All right, so here's the dip. We're going to buy this and this, and we're also going to buy the futures contracts here. Oh, whoa, big drop. Let's see if we get the correction at the VWAP here. We're in the futures market right now. We're in AMC. We're going to have to unload this here. We're in the futures market. We're going to cover that. We made $50 there. We're also in the micro here. We're going to cover that too. So we're up about 60 in the futures market. We're actually green in this, so let's buy a little bit more here. 50 shares of the SPY. We might actually add some more on more pullbacks here if we can get it. AMD popping back up. I don't know what I think about AMC. We'll buy this AMC dip a little bit more, a little bit heavier there. Scale into this. I like this downwick. That usually is indicative of some type of buying pressure coming through. So we're going to load up to 100 shares of the SPY. Still in AMC. ISIG still trying to rip. Cover into that. You'd love to see it cover into a little bit more here. Hopefully we get a bounce here at the previous closing price for AMC. We're in 50 shares. What do you think of ISIG here, guys? I'm going to buy 25 shares of this, although this is just a risky position. Even 25 shares of this is risky. So if we can cut a little bit of this off, that's great. Sell a little bit more. Cut a little bit there. Riding this up. Still in the Apple, or still in the SPY, or still in AMC, I mean. All right, we're going to have to cut this. Slightly break even for this. Add a little bit more to AMC here. 100 shares. Again, we're at $20 here. We're in with 25 shares. So we're going to pop up, break some highs up here. For ISIG, we got to be careful because the slam downs might be quick. We're going to get out of the AMC here. It's just taking too long. We got some nice action at the first opening minute, but now we're kind of slowing down some. So we have ISIG going crazy, FTK, CPOP. Look at CPOP here. CPOP going crazy as well. I think we're probably about break even. I don't know yet. You're going to cut this too for ISIG. Let me see where we're at in terms of P&L. Yeah, we're down about $5, which is all right. You know, we're up in futures. We're going to start to scale into a little bit more here on the SPY, 50 shares. AMD, we're going to kind of hedge our bet a little bit and take some AMD short. See if we can end green on all of them, cover that. Going to add into 478 here, see if we get a pop like we did. Great. Cover a little bit more. So we ended up making money on both directions, which is good. We might add some more back on a pullback to 478 here too. Green again. We're back green on the day. Add a little bit more into this dip. We got 50 shares now. AMD rejecting. ISIG consolidating around $20. Apple starting to try to head back up. Yeah, huge drop for ISIG, and I was able to avoid that, so that's nice. It just took too long. Anytime we get a consolidation like this long, I'm usually cutting it. I don't feel like holding through that consolidation. There's usually some risk. All right, so here's the 478 level. We'd love to see a bounce at. We're in with 75 shares of the SPY. Gonna get ready to cut it if it can't hold. Going back and forth right now. We're not really getting the type of action we want to see, but we're doing okay. We're not down. We'll let it get under 90. If it cuts 90, we're cutting it. We're at 96 right now. Oh, we're right around 90. Yeah, we're cutting out here. I might actually bounce right here, but it's just too much risk for us to hold on to. A little bit of sideways action currently. Market rejecting here, so maybe we'll get some weakness that comes into play right now. I'm currently in Apple short. Like, this is good and all, but if the SPY, we're going to hold this. All right, now we're going to take a little bit off there and try to ride this down with the SPY itself. We'll add a little bit more to it if it pops back up. If it gets down and then bounces back up here, yeah, we're going to add a little bit more on this. Take a little bit of a swing here. 100 shares of Apple. Got to get ready to cut it fast, though, if it doesn't work. 75 will be our risk. CPOP just tanked. Market popping back up some, so we're getting some chop in the SPY. Like I said, that's why we're going to keep 75 as our risk. We're just not getting any obvious trend. It's mostly sideways, up and down for the SPY. So we're not going to hold on to risk that long here in these situations. All right, we're out. Just too much risk there. We're down like $30 or something small. Yeah, exactly 30. We're going to wait for the market. We're going to halt trading until the market actually breaks out of this chop. No reason to attack it right now. It's just taking too long. Hey, nice pawn. Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, Jeremy? What's up, Juan? What is AMD doing? We were watching AMD as well. SPY is just trying, but it's failing when it tries. Just a lot of chop. AMD slamming down here. Wow, AMD just broke down to 153s. And AMD has had one of the best years in all the stocks. MBOT tanked. Airbnb dropped a little bit here. AMD bouncing back up. We might short into it like this. There we go. And we'll cover. All right, so we covered into that. We ended up making all of our money back on Apple plus some here. I know we're still down a little bit on it, but see if we can break under 179.40 or so. There we go. All right, so we're out of that too. So we're only down about $14. Let's see if we can start to come back. ISIG popping back up here. I'm really tempted to buy this little dip, but the SPY is so sideways. That's why we're running into choppiness. Mirror red, RELI. What did RELI end up doing? So RELI went up there and failed. ISIG though, maybe we'll take like 10 shares of ISIG. That's what we're gonna have to take. 10. RELI popping back up. SPY's starting to do better. So yeah, the SPY's starting to do nice. You know, I would short into Apple or AMD right now, but with the SPY heading up like this, it's just too much risk. You know, very sideways, choppy market. Not a ton of action here. We're in ISIG, but we're gonna cut this if it breaks under 20. AMD just bounced back, man. A lot of chop. Y'all be careful. We're getting some up and down action. Look at TCRX. All right, SPY breaking highs here. So it's not really going to influence ISIG because this is a small cap company that's not really influenced by the broader market. But the SPY is breaking highs, so that might start to push everything else up. Basically, if you're shorting blue chips, you might want to be careful. Not saying you should sell. Have no idea what things are going to do, but just be careful, guys. Yeah, RELE failed. All right, so now that we got some upward action, we're going to start buying these dips on the SPY. We get any better dips, we'll add some more to this. Ideally, we want to add back down to 478 if we can get a pullback to it. What did ALOK doing? We're just going to cut this now. This is taking too long for ISIG. Might bounce, but yeah, ALOK looks good. It's running up. Adding into the SPY pullback here. Scaling into a little bit more in 75 shares. Covering. All right, so pretty close to break even now. We're going to start swinging a little bit heavier now that we've gotten the first few market trends play out. PMTS, look at ALOK, Apple breaking over these highs. LGVN. Yeah, LVGN is up a little bit. SPY getting ready to break lifetime highs if it hits 478.69 right now. It'll break lifetime highs. Look for a pullback here so we can try to capitalize on the SPY, maybe testing highs. AMC dipping down after ripping up here. Man, should have caught that move. Gonna buy a little bit of AMC here. Start to get into a little bit of a SPY position here just in case it keeps moving back up. You think RELI is over? I don't know. To be honest, no clue. No idea about RELI. Oof, man, I'm not going to trade ISIG anymore. Just too many big time traders just waiting and unloading. So we're just going to cover that. We made most of our money back on AMC here. AMC starting to rip. Go ahead and cover into this move for the SPY. Cover into here with AMC. SPY just broke lifetime highs. I don't know why I just bought it here. I'm being stupid. Here, we're going to buy AMC on the dip. Really, we just want to see a pullback here. Usually when SPY breaks highs, it doesn't keep pushing up. It usually taps it and comes back down. Man, look at MBOT, MBOT, guys. MBOT flying up here. Wow. MBOT flying up here, guys. Wow. Up there to $8 a share. Honestly, that's a crazy move, to be honest here. Look at MBOT. MBOT, guys. Oh, I'm in a different trade, bro. I've been in Apple this whole time. I'm wondering why. Or no, I'm in, okay. About to say. All right, look at MBOT slam down, dude. Look at that drop. Wow. Trap. Bull trap. Oh, market dumped real quick. Everything else is dropping with it. We're going to cover before we get stuck. Market correcting. Look at MBOT with the bull trap, man. That's a crazy drop. Wow. We're going to unload everything and just wait, because that was a huge drop. Look at MBOT here, man. Oof. Nasty. See Papa popping. Man, maybe I got faked out of all these here because the SPY is rebounding right back. Same thing with AMC. So maybe I got faked. SPY moving up, AMC moving up. Man, I would have killed it. I think I just got spooked out a little bit. I see C-Pop. Whew, look at C-Pop, guys. Wow. Yeah, we haven't traded. We stopped trading after a minute. Man, look at C-Pop, guys. Going absolutely crazy, crazy. Huge moves for C-Pop. Wow. Let's see if we can catch a little dip on the SPY here, maybe. In the futures market, let's see if we can make some money on the SPY itself. Down about 50 in futures. Add a little bit more here. See if the market can start to pop back up. We're down about 100 in futures. We're going to cut this pretty quickly if the market doesn't immediately rebound here. Which it looks like it's trying to. All right, we rebounded. All right, so it did try to. All right, we're break even here. See if the market can break highs again. How you guys doing today? Green or red so far, team? Green or red? All right, so another big rejection. And for those that want to trade futures, this is how fast things can go. Consolidating here. Popping back up. AMC ripping up at 29s. Looks good. Airbnb rebounded a little bit today, so it's back up some. Oh man, I looked the other way. We are down. It's all good. Just to show you guys like my actual stats here. If we look back at this month, we're still running 75% accuracy, very green still. P&L nicely up there, so we're still doing fine in futures with that loss, but you don't love to see it. SPY dipping down a little bit. I don't know what I want to do with this. Man, worst timing on that AMD dip buy ever. I lost $20 like that. We're down 50 on the day. It's all good though. We made money almost every day. Yesterday we were down. We ended up ending green. So we'll see what happens. C-pop on the pullback to the VWAP here. Let's see what happens. But ooh, what a nasty drop in the AMD. Watching the SPY here. We might be buying this dip up. Let's see. I might buy a little bit of C-pop here. It's just such a huge range and, you know, risk, obviously. Let's check the chat. Oh, man, dude, you made an account already? Wow. Somebody ain't got nothing else to do with their time, bro. Good day, sir. Green, nice. Green. Oof. SPY dropping fast. Yeah, we're going to cut these. Lucid trying to break. Yeah, I'm red today too. But we were green yesterday. We were green all of last week. So, you know, you can't judge me off of one day. And if you try to, I'm going to assume you're brand new in trading. All right, this drop, on the other hand, is good, though. This has got to be some type of... Whoa, wait. What happened? Let me check to see if we got some type of fundamental catalyst here, which is what this looks like. The numbers came out today. LGVN. Yeah, LGVN's making moves up. All right, so we got the Richmond Services Index drop at 9 o'clock, but that wasn't recent. That was... Let me look at the SPX data. Big reversals. Maybe that'll give us an opportunity to short. SOPA? Wow, look at SOPA. Yeah, it's a very volatile, crazy day, to be honest. We're slowing down. We're down like $50 today. You know, so we're slowing it down. Here's SOPA pulling back a little bit. Yeah, everything just took a dive. What was the reason for this SPY drop? There's usually a fundamental reason for this drop in the SPY. Does anybody know? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Does anybody know what the fundamental reason for this drop in the SPY was? It's very rare that we get this. So I'm trying to see why the drop happened like this. There's usually a very specific reason this happens. It's usually some type of fundamental catalyst, but I don't see anything right now in terms of like news releases. I see a correction to the Richmond Services Index for December, which was plus 16 versus plus 8 prior, but I don't really see anything else. Just strange volatility here, to be honest. It's one of the reasons we've slowed down a lot, just because we got to figure out what's going on, how the market's going to react to all this. Shorting Apple a little bit here. Been shorting this for a minute now. See if we can get a breakdown of these lows again. See if SOPA bounces at 1475. There we go. Catching the breakdown, cover there. SPY back up. So just a choppy, difficult market to make money in. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the SPY. Usually there's a very specific market catalyst for this drop, but I'm not seeing anything. Let me check TD Ameritrade, see what they show. They said they corrected the Richmond Services Index, but this drop started to happen. I guess that's about right. So we got a correction in the Richmond Services Index. I think that's what's going on. Let me see. So the Richmond Services Index for December came in at plus 16 versus plus 8 prior, and they corrected that, I guess. Here's AMD as well. CPOP slowing down. Here's Apple. RGC. SOPA's the interesting one right now, though. That one is really interesting. Here's RELI. Here's the SPY back up, which is such a weird market, guys. Y'all be careful. SPY moving big range up, big range down, big range up, big range down. So y'all just be careful. It's just a weird market. AMD dumping, breaking lows. SOPA pulling back some here. We'll see what happens. Yeah, the market, the broader market is sideways. AMD's dumping down, SPY dumping down, which is good. Shorting this Apple breakdown. So we get a low of the day break or something like that. And just cover there. TCRX. SOPA. Let's see if we bounce here. A lot of people watching SOPA here. SOPA. What's up, Mo? Macy's back to NIO, BBIO. Yeah, BBIO's ripping up good. Looks good. All right, we just shorted a little bit of Apple, 25 shares, nothing major. I'm just looking for a rejection at 179. If we can't, we'll cut it. Over this, we're out. Okay, better. Nice, green. Nailing another AMD short here. Cut it. Good. Starting to get into a rhythm. Gonna add to this, see if we get a break of the lows here with Apple. Looking for a breakdown here. Shorting into AMD a little bit more. I'm gonna cover into AMD, cover into Apple. See if we get a low of the day break here or something. We're only down 15 bucks on the day, so another day where we started off red and now we're starting to find our way back and potentially end green. Second day in a row like that. We'll see if we can do it again. We're going to cut AMD here. We made money on the trade, but we're just going to wait. SPY is a little bit weird. We stopped trading that a while back. Here's CPOP. SOPA, we're still looking to see what happens here. CPOP back over VWAP here. SOPA pulling back to 15s. Apple about to break lows. Apple just broke lows. Covering into another AMD short here. Nailing it on this one. We're going to go ahead and cover into that. We're break even. So, hey, another day where we have started off red, fought our way back, and we're only down 70 cents. There's the P&L. You love to see it. Gonna short a little bit more into it here, see if we can get our green. On the 45s. See if we can reject here. Nice. We'll cover into that. I think that brings us green. Yeah, we are green on the day, guys. Hey, it's been a long road back to green, but we'll take it. Again, it kind of proves to me that I need to stop trading in that first 20 minutes, man. I end up losing in that first 20 minutes most of the time, and then after that, I end up fighting back and ending green almost every day. Same thing yesterday. Did the exact same thing. Catch it back up in the chat. SPY breaking down, breaking lows. I mean, this is how I mostly trade every day, Bob. This is how I trade mostly every day. Sometimes I'll do it off stream, so y'all won't see it as much, but this is mostly how I trade. So shout out to whoever said that I'm, I suck or whatever, because cheers to you. What did Apple end up doing? And so Apple's popping back up some here. So is the SPY, though. We short into a little bit of Apple here just in case it does what we want, which is just rejects. SPY heading back up. Just a really weird market. We're going to buy a little bit of this dip for CPOP, 50 shares here. We'll see what happens. Wait, what's today? Okay, good. Today's Tuesday. I was about to say, no, it was trash day. Slightly red now after this Apple trade, but not much red. All right, so we're in Apple. We're not down much. C-pop, I don't know how I feel about it. Let's see if we get another drop. The SPY is really what we're looking to get influenced here. SPY's trying to creep back up. We're still in Apple here. I don't know what we want to do with this now. Apple, I guess we're going to cut it. Inbot's starting to move back up. The SPY moving back up. We're going to go ahead and cut. There we go. We caught the pop on C-pop. No pun intended. I mean, I guess pun intended, to be honest. So we made our money back on that one. That's good. A little bit tempted to short into Apple here. I don't know. We got out of C-pop where we should have, which is great. Oh, we're nailing a short. Another short on AMD. I'll go ahead and cover there. All right, so we're up about $10 on the day. Not bad. See if we start grinding up some more here. Maybe I should have held C-pop. SOPA didn't end up holding. The SPY is just not enticing today, so I don't really want to trade that. We're looking at other blue chip companies and mostly trading those. Top 3 in the world, you know. That's what we do, bro. That's how we do it here, man. DWAC breakout. DWC is not breaking out. It's too slow. SOPA's starting to pop back up. We'll see. We'll buy a little bit of C-pop here just to see if we can get that continuation in the trend. 50 shares. We're getting into an Apple short position with 50 shares. I don't know what I want to do with this one here. We're about break even in both of them. I'll buy a little bit more SOPA here. Up a little bit too late on that buy, but let's see if we get a pop. Cover a little bit into Apple here, just riding it down. Green and C-pop. I'll go ahead and buy another 100 shares and then cover out of it with just the full position if we don't get it. We're going to get out of that too. I don't like that upward move. Go ahead and cover this a little bit, but just to lock it in. SPY is still acting kind of weird, to be honest here. Yeah, I think we're gonna get rejected at this $0.50. We're just gonna cover that. We're green. Not a lot. We're up like $11. So, but I'm just happy to be green after a big red day. SPY's been incredibly choppy and sideways and neutral, so just hasn't looked that great. What's up, nurse? Yeah, thank you, Bob. Yeah, we're chilling right now, guys. Well, we got a second, though. If y'all want to help support your boy, go check out BitGet. BitGet is super dope because whatever you're trying to get involved with crypto, they allow you to do it. So whether you want to invest into crypto, you can. Whether you want to pairs trade crypto, you can. Whether you want to trade crypto futures with leverage, you can. Here's BitGet. You can see here, Bitcoin is down to 49K today. But if you want to invest in Bitcoin or Shiba or Doge, you can on BitGet. Super easy. Mana, Axie Infinity, Sandbox, they're all available on BitGet. You can buy and sell them there. You can, so great platform. They do allow US users as well. But the big reason people use BitGet is for their copy trading. You can copy other profitable traders and make money just following these profitable traders. If you want to see what some of these guys are doing, some of these guys are absolutely killing it in the market. Like they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars. Sorry, guys. Hold on 1 second. All right. Anyway, so yeah, whether you want to invest in what the heck, man? Get out of here, dude. I'm trying to. Okay. Here it is. All right, that's the problem. All right, but yeah, whether you want to invest in crypto, copy trading is really what most people use them for, though. If we look at this, let me show you why. So if we look at copy trading, some of these guys are absolutely killing it in the market. If we look at this dude, for instance, he's running 90% accuracy. He's made $644,000 over his entire time frame, which is about a year. He's made over 600K. The last 3 weeks, he's made about $277,000 with about 270% return. And if you want to look at these guys, look at this guy's green trades. Green. He's got days of green trades here. So he's not always profitable, but this dude's killing it in the market. And so you can follow traders just like this. Of course, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but you can copy traders just like this and follow them trade for trade. It's super easy to do. So if you want to follow them trade for trade, all you have to do is you go to that dude's full. So all you got to do is to follow them trade for trade is you go to this right here. And you go to follow. And then if you want to follow up with a fixed ratio, like if they're making too big of trades, you can follow them with smaller sizing. You go to fixed ratio and say 0.1, which is 10%, 0.2, which is 20%, 0.25, which is 25%. You can follow them like that. Say I want to follow him with 20% of his size. And if he loses over 50%, I set a stop loss there at a maximum follow of $500. And that way I'm a little bit more protected. You can also trade crypto futures. And so if you go to this here, you can trade crypto futures. You can buy, Bitcoin with leverage with up to 125 times leverage here, or you can sell Bitcoin. You can do whatever you want to do. You can short Bitcoin with leverage. And again, they do allow US users. You can also be a copy trader and earn 8% of what other traders make. So if you look at this guy, for instance, he's made 277K. he's earning tons of money from his followers. So he earns 8%. So in this case, he earned a little bit under $1,300. In this case, he earned about $1,300. In this case, he earned about 1,000, about 800, about 800, about 800. And so he's making some money from his copy traders as well. But a lot of these guys are not doing so with huge sizing. If I go to accumulated transactions, look at this guy, $87. He's only making in profit, but he's running 91% accuracy with 50 people basically following him, and he's making money from them as well. So there's a lot of ways to trade on BitGet. It's super easy to deposit money. All you got to do, now let me figure out how. I think I got to widen the screen a little bit. To deposit money, all you got to do is go to buy crypto and say, hey, I want to buy $500 worth of Bitcoin using MasterCard. And you can see, you just click purchase at the bottom right. You can also just buy it on Coinbase and send it over. Really easy way to do so. And it's a great way to help support the channel, guys. They are a sponsor of our channel and content. And so if you want to check them out, here's the link. I certainly appreciate it if you do. There's the link, guys. Go check it out. Yeah, I never bag hold. That's one thing I do pretty well at. We're slightly green. We're not up much. Really, the SPY has been back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And so we look for windows of opportunity in the SPY. And so we need the market to pick a trend. And right now it's not. Right now it's very sideways. We're literally, if we look at the SPY itself, we're literally right in the middle of the range with very low volume. So just not a lot of favorable short-term activity, to be honest here. We're green on the day. Like I said, I'll show you my P&L. But it's a day where you're not going to be green every day. We're mostly on average making about $50 to $100 a day, but there's going to be every handful of days. We're going to have days like this where we fight and fight and fight, and we end close to break even, which is today. But we are green. We were green yesterday as well, so we haven't had a losing day this week yet. And right now we're just waiting for the SPY. You can see the SPY broke over the VWAP, the volume weighted average price, so it's starting to look a little bit more bullish. And so we'll see what happens. But yeah, that's going on right now. Yeah, Bitcoin 49K. Yeah, we'll see. I'm just chilling right now, man. I don't see anything I really like. You can also check out Top Step, and we have been trading on Top Step. If you look at my stats here, these are my Top Step stats this month. We're doing pretty well. This is my graph, and so we're running about 75% accuracy in futures. And a lot of traders are going to benefit from the futures market because in the futures market, you can trade the same scalping setups that I do, but there's no PDT rule in futures. If you look at this, you just buy and sell. We're down slightly today, but if you look at this, you just buy and sell just like the regular market. Buy market, buy bid, sell ask. There's micro, E-mini, and I'm just looking at the SPY. It's not a favorable day for SPY activity, but I'm just watching the SPY, and I'm basing my futures trades off of the SPY. Again, no PDT rule. And Top Step funds traders, so they give you a demo. If you can hit their target while following their rules, then they fund you anywhere between $50 up to over $100,000 with an 80% profit split. Regulated and located in the U.S., and they pay out millions of dollars every year to their profitable traders. They fund thousands of traders a year. And so if you want to check them out, here's the link. I certainly appreciate it. These we try to keep all these plugs to the very end of the stream, so we don't cloud up the stream. So, yes, Caleb. Or you could trade futures, which has no PDT rule. And there's the link as well. Also, guys, remember to download the Squeeze app if you have an Android. You can download the Squeeze app, completely free app. My goal was to program an app that was completely free, that gives you free detailed short flow data and information. And so there's the Squeeze app. If you haven't checked it out, there's the link. Go sub to that or go download that if you have an Android. SPY, rip it up. And this is exactly what I was talking about. I didn't want to short AMD anymore. If we look at like AMD, I didn't want to short this anymore as it headed to the VWAP because I was worried the SPY might rip here, which is exactly what we got. ISIG, rip it up again. SOPA is up there too. Yeah, here's ISIG. I could do options, but I just shares are more my thing. SPY is just too coin flippy. Also, guys, for the last plug, check out Benzinga. Benzinga gives you free trial for 2 weeks without even needing a credit card number. So you get to try them out completely free for 2 weeks without even needing a credit card number. Yeah, you're good, Caleb. I didn't think you were, brother. It's an innocent question, bro. You're all good, man. But yeah, check out Benzinga. Again, you can try them out completely free for 2 weeks without even needing a CC number, which is, I've never seen another company do that in the trading space. So try out Benzinga. If you ever like the scanners I'm using, the stuff I'm using, check out Benzinga. There's the link. Try them out. Anyways, guys, I don't know what I want to do. I'm a little bit tempted to buy the SPY on this dip here. I guess we will. This will be my last trade of the day, and after this, we'll cut the stream. And so, yeah. We'll give it 1 second here. 44.78. If it breaks under 478, we're cutting it. And we got a green day, though. You know, if we cut it there, we have a green day, and so that's the goal. Close to break even now. Also, guys, last thing, go sub to Beginner Crypto. Beginner Crypto, free crypto content. We're bringing in Joel and Cam as partners. So we got 3 people working on the channel. We're going to have a lot of content dropping soon. So be ready for that. I'm going to have to eat mustard tomorrow, Juan. I got my sister coming over. It's been a while since I've seen my sister, and so I got her coming over today. So I don't really have time to do that. Honestly, we had the guest. We had Minority Mindset on the channel, and then my sister's coming over today, so we just don't have the time to do the mustard spoon. Time got a little bit out of hand. It's already 9:40 my time, 10:40 market time. So it's just a little bit late for me. All right, we're going to cut this. Try to keep it break even. ISIG flying up there to 20s, guys. 20s. Look at this. Huge moves. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and cut this, guys. So I'm going to get out of here. Green day, slightly green. We are up $9 today, but we might maybe trade some more off stream. I'll let you guys know, but I'm going to go ahead and get out of here, guys. Listen, if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification bell. I certainly appreciate all the love and support, guys. Good luck in the market. Another break-even day, but if we look at the SPY, I mean, it should be a pretty understandable thing that we're break-even. We ended green, and this is our second green day in a row this week, so no losses yet. But yeah, it's just one of those days where not super favorable price action for blue chips, and we've got some good penny stock movement, but you know, we'll see what happens. Yeah, I'm going to get out of here. I got stuff I got to do, guys. Love you all. Good luck. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. We do this live every weekday morning for free. So hit the sub button, and good luck, guys.